And the warden took command down the hallway to his doom. He said all the rest, and the warden took his time and down to his doom. The warden led a prisoner down the hallway to his doom. I stood up to say goodbye like all the rest. And I heard him tell the warden just before he reached my cell, let my guitar playing friend do my request. Let him sing me back home with a song I used to hear. Make all my memories come alive. Take me away and turn back the years. Sing me back home before I die. Sing me back home before I die. And the warden sing me back home before I die. All right. I've had, I wouldn't say it's been a water, I wouldn't say it's been a flood, but I've had people ask me, to exhort me not to go. And my attitude has been a little bit of screw it, I'm finished, I'm done. But there's a couple things that I realized. Today I was on Ham's call, and I have to make it clear where I stand on a couple of things. And then secondly, more importantly, we're in the middle of some trades. And I think I can't walk away from that. Now, I pissed off Cindy Lou Who by calling out how I saw what happened, both with GTII and Finger. To me, this is 2 or 3 years ago. They were squeezing. But it's like herding cats. A lot of strong-minded people, they're going to do what they want to do. Everyone's here because they're self-motivated. And in a way, some are leaders. Other are assholes like Stony Bones. But mostly people are here to help each other and learn and lead. But then there's a lot of know-it-alls. You don't know their name. They come on with certainty, and they say things like, I invest in crypto. And they say I was promoting Logic. This is Stony Bones, who I think is just a small, insignificant human being. That's my opinion of him. But if you want to listen to Stony Bones, look him up. I don't know how you find him. He doesn't have a real name, but I'm sure he's out there telling you how smart he is with crypto. But so she got mad because I called what I saw happening. It wasn't that I was picking on a dead man. It wasn't that I'm per se blaming Lou, but I don't know what happened. On the other hand, what I'm trying to get across, this is a system out there that is trying to steal the market caps of thousands of companies. And how we think we're going to be any different, I don't know. But anyway, what frustrates me, I spend literally hours. I try to listen. I try to understand. I try to give you what's going on. And then an asshole like Stony Bones goes, well, you promoted it. What would you call it? It was promotion. Let me show you the definition of promotion. I think this is what he means, this one down here. I mean, obviously, promotion is to advance something about chess. But I think this is the one that he's talking about, 2C. To present merchant as an example of merchandise for buyer acceptance through advertising, publicity, or discounting. Now, this is what he is trying to get you to think that I was doing with Logic. And if you agree with him, you agree with him. But I don't. And to summarize the hours, interviews, and effort that I went through, the meetings, the trips as promotional, it's dismissive of me, it's insulting of me, and I'm just not going to have it anymore. I'm on the verge. I meant it when I said it, and this is it. I'm not doing it anymore. But there's a lot of good people out there. Stony wants you to know that he invests in crypto. So go with him. Which crypto, what price? You know, crypto has been extraordinarily volatile. So I'm sure Stoney's making money because he's so knowledgeable. But that's not promoting on his part. Anyway, what I tried to do with logic is to show you an opportunity that I believed in. I'm not going to pull up everything. I want to get on to something positive. But there's a fundamental flaw here that shills like Stony Bones do. They come on, they're paid by these short sellers, the criminals. And somebody comes to you. Now, you got to ask, why are you here? Are you learning something more than short squeeze plays? I hope so. But the main reason you started listening to Lou in general was hot plays. That's what I noticed. But maybe he had other things going on too. The main reason you listened to whoever got you into AMC and GME was for a squeeze. It wasn't me. But I talked about it mostly in the negative on those two because they'd already run. And I think they're under control. I've tried to educate you on what's happening in the system. Stony Bones doesn't go down to the halls of Congress. He just likes to pontificate from the peanut gallery. As far as I'm concerned, he can go pound sand. Oh, I invest in crypto. Look, when you come out here, like myself, and you talk about what you know or think you know, and it's all a bullshit industry. It's like my father said. I hesitate to call it an industry. Financialization is just stealing from you. And they've concentrated the wealth so much into about 6 guys' hands. Maybe it's 10. And everyone's beholden to them because everyone wants the hot chick as their wife. Everyone wants their daughters to go to Harvard. Everyone wants to have that nice house and vacation. And they don't want to stand up against the evil that's been being perpetrated. So when I get here and I try to talk to you about stocks, an asshole like Stony Bones goes, well, you promoted logic. Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I did talk about logic. I heard that story from people that I trusted, and I believed in it. And just to fast forward, not go through the Ionic, not go through the Neo exchange, just to fast forward to what Aubrey Advisors did, which I think is corrupt. The head of Aubrey Advisors, I think, is a self-dealer. He took 90% of collective audience. Did he do it with the CEO? We don't know. But Stony Bones comes out and says, you promoted it. The problem, as I see it, is that these criminals have, I think, and I have to be blunt, I think it's the same mentality that while the world is arguing about Gaza Strip, is attacking Syria and attacking the West Bank with machine guns and going into just neighborhoods and chasing people out of their home for their race, the color of their skin, to steal their homes. Just do it incrementally. Keep moving. Keep incrementally. The goal is incremental. Claim, claim, claim. And that same mentality is what they've done in this criminal enterprise. Just keep moving it. You get the lawyers, you get the regulators, you get you get a whole generation. You guys don't know what you're doing with stocks. Most of you. Your stockbrokers know nothing. So what happens is you try to catch a trade. And in the case of logic, many different people of great sophistication in the business recommended that to me. Now, I put my own money in it, and the company put out press releases with what their strategy was going to be. Many press releases. Based on those press releases, doing a little arithmetic, you can figure out what the potential is for the stock. But I've never said, I promise you this is guaranteed. I never said that. I've always said it's a prediction, not a promise. Then the CEO, listening to his wife, says, hell, I'm washing my hands of this. I'm going to give it to this Israeli company that's got some vague product. I give up on what I've told everybody. I'm not going to roll 7 companies in. I'm just going to give it to this one guy because I need a little money for the filing. And I want to move on to Nixie. Well, he makes that decision. So this shithead, Stony Bones, goes, you promoted it. How the F am I supposed to look forward into the future and figure out that the CEO is going to sell everybody down the river? How am I supposed to do that? We're dealing with human beings. And my experience with human beings, unlike dogs, is human beings disappoint you, particularly when they tell you they love you and they're women. But we're dealing with human beings. So Stony Bones summarizes it. Well, you promoted it because Stony Bones is an asshole. So it makes me mad because I spend hours. I put charts. I bring out the news releases. I read them to you. I try to go through what it means. I show how to analyze it. And then the CEO, because his wife is sick of him working on logic, his wife says, get out of it. That's how women think. So he listened to her. I'm out. So he sells it to the lying faces that come in out of Switzerland. This guy Tierman is a crook, in my opinion, for what he did to collective audience and to logic. Complete crook. And the CEO falls for it. That's my fault? I've been telling you all along that these are risky, and we're trying to get a stock that's going to benefit from the crime. It's hard to do. And it's my fault? You know it. You know it if you're here. What happens with these companies? Every single one. But Stony Bones knows. I invest in crypto. Well, good on Stony Bones. He invests in crypto. I bet he bought Bitcoin under $1, and he's never gotten in too high, and it's never gone against him. And he's probably in XRP, which apparently is linked to the Rothschilds. Good on Stony Bones. Well, guess what? If Stony Bones wants to start a channel, you can all go follow him. I have my opinions on crypto. I admit to you that logic I think it's worthless. And I think Brent's son had an obligation to CEOs to see that through. And he just threw it away. And he knew better. Is it like a psychological issue? Probably. I think he's a good man. I think he's hardworking. I think he's honest. But Stony Bones knows that when I bring a stock to you, that the PR that's been released shows, in fact, that the stock could go to 80 to $1 just on the numbers they provided. And I said 60 cents, 40 to 60 cents, I think. And then I lowered it because he kept issuing shares. But Stony Bones thinks I should have known that Brent was going to just, instead of doing what he put in print and what he said in interviews, instead of all of that, he's going to be schmoozed by a guy that shows up in a Rolls Royce, lives in Switzerland, and the other guy's Iranian, and then they're going to sell it to an Israeli firm. They're going to do reverse splits. But to Brent's mind, this sounds great. It's bullshit. But Stony Bones tells you, oh, well, you promoted it. But I was really upset by it because it's an insult to me. They're making fun of me when I get upset. Okay. I guess I have to be a big boy on that. But I think you have to ask yourself, is the responsibility with the person investing to do due diligence and do her own thinking? Or are you all victims and you just, whatever Bam says, whatever I don't know, Ace says, whatever the latest person on Twitter says, I'm just going to buy that stock and it's their fault. Well, if that's how you are, you shouldn't. I expect people to be critical thinkers. I expect people to do their own homework. I think people should do their own analysis. They should look at charts themselves. They should say to themselves, you know what? Logic, at whatever it was in those last periods of time in particular, but let's say at 20 cents, this is a stock that could go here, and it has collective audience going off. And this great firm, Aubrey Advisors, is behind it. Turns out they're just crooks. But ultimately, all Brent had to do was say, hey, I need some help with the filings. Or he could have said, do you want the show? Which he did. He offered me the show. I said, I'll take it. I'll make it work. But he by that time, those guys already had him by the balls. Because they're crooks. And they have lawyers, and the boards all go along. And if you don't recognize that by now, it happens in company after company after company. And what Stony Bones wants you to know, it's my fault. Well, then you shouldn't be investing in any of these companies. They're all speculative. They're all pieces of shit. But the pump and dumpers, the promoters, the liars are the criminals. Now, I think what I did with Logic, and I've done with a number of these companies, is I can't give financial advice. So we're talking about definitions here. And this is where I need to get a lawyer to help me know what lawyers think the definitions of words are. I may have recommended in the sense that, hey, look at this. Maybe that's called a recommendation, but I can't give financial advice. I would like to think what I'm doing is studying a situation that I know pretty well that might work, but they're all high risk. But Stony Bones wants everything to be a CD or crypto because he knows crypto is going to work and he invests in crypto. Look, I'm sick of it. They're all here to tear down the credibility, in my case, of me. Look, I do a good enough job of that myself. I make mistakes. I get worked up. I point out stocks that don't work. Ted Williams had the highest batting average ever for a season in baseball. He still didn't get on base 6 out of 10 times. So if you want every single thing to work, so Stony Bones can come on, well, you promoted it. What do you expect to call it? I invest in crypto. Well, which crypto? What's your name? How much do you put in it? Did you recommend it before it went up? Did you what? No. It's just here to tear me down. And I'm sick of that. I am totally sick of it. I don't know how to handle it. I need a producer, or I need to just turn off the comments, or I need to maybe do a call-in show instead of comments altogether. Or I need to just go to a straight interview show, no lives, because there are people out there that I want to help. I don't give a F about Stony Bones. He knows what he's doing. He doesn't need my help. He's just here to gloat that he invests in crypto. Look, I like crypto, but I'll tell you what's going to happen with crypto. Bitcoin will probably survive. So Bitcoin is $100,000 right now. The best I've heard Bitcoin will do is go to $1 million. Okay. All right, maybe that's true. That's 10x. It's under 10x because Bitcoin's trading over 100,000. How long? Oh, it could happen. It's going to be years, but it's going to happen. All right. So it's years, and it's going to do a 10x over years. And you're saying it's safe. Yeah, it's safe. Well, it just went down 60% a few months ago. And just a month ago, it was down, I don't know, 30%. I'm making that up. But it had massive moves. Yeah, but it's safe. Oh, that's safe, is it? Stony Bones would say, you recommended crypto and it's down 35%. Then what he'll say, I invest in NVIDIA. Crypto is not a proven asset yet. I like crypto. I'm drawn to it, and I've studied it. But it's not a proven asset yet. And no one worries here. Stony Bones doesn't worry about it because he's so certain. But no one worries that the big banks are creating ETFs for crypto. No one thinks it through. What are ETFs for? They're just warehouses of shares that can be lent out and relent out and relent out and relent out and rehypothecated, rehypothecated. ETFs are the pooling of assets. So a handful of guys on a trading desk for Goldman Sachs, Stevie Cohen, Ken Griffin, Blankfein, Black, Fink, and the whole slew of the rest of them can make money by using those shares as collateral, other people's money for their own wealth creation. But no one worries about that because, oh, it's on blockchain. Oh, it's crypto. I would suggest to you that the banks are creating a methodology to manipulate crypto just like anything else. It may work, may not. But if you think investing in Bitcoin at $22,000 and it comes back to $7,000 is fun, that's your place for you. That's the place for you. And now Stony Bones doesn't tell you what crypto he invests in. Doesn't tell you what amount, but he's always right. Whenever he buys, he's right. Follow him. go find him wherever he is and follow him. But I don't think that Bitcoin offers, it's not money. It's not money. I don't think it's a store of value. Now, it is true that the dollar, you pick the time, honey. You've got the money, I've got the time. We'll go honky-tonking. But if you pick the time of 1910 to now, the dollar's down 95% or 99%. If you pick the 1950s to now, the dollar's down 95%. If you pick 1971 to now, the dollar's down 95%. If you pick, I'm sure if you pick 1999 to now, the dollar's down 95%. There's no question that the dollar has done nothing but go down in value. Yet, the dollar has made all of us wealthier than I don't know about any other country, but most other countries on the planet, because we've built in inflation. It's built in. 2% a year over 100 years is going to decrease the value of the dollar. But your houses go up in value, your salaries go up in value, the value of a good education goes up in value. So it's not as simple as saying the dollar is down. But if you take the dollar from, let's say, 1 year ago, well, no, let's say the beginning of the year to now, someone gave you $120,000 to go buy a Ford pickup truck, and you put it in the bank in January, and you've been busy, it's time to go up and go back to those wells. The mud season is over. They've built in the roads to build out the platforms, and you need your truck. Well, if you go buy that truck now, that $120,000 will still buy that truck today. Now, there is some risk in prices. The Trump tariffs, he's terrible. There's some fluctuation in the price of the truck. There's some fluctuation in the dollar. It was down, then it went up versus the euro. But what do you care about the euro? So the dollar is a store of value in a reasonable time frame to make purchases. What did Bitcoin do? I'm making it up. Started the year at 100. I'm making it up. 120,000 goes down to 75,000, and now it's back up. But what if you had to go buy that truck, you put 120 grand in Bitcoin, and your boss called up and said, hey, we need that truck right away. We're going up in the hills, and we got to build out, the Hotstedler 1 and 2 wells, and we gotta kick out the Franklin number 5 and go horizontal, and we've gotta spud 10 wells up there in the Wesleyan lease. We need that truck. Well, I bought Bitcoin at $120 a coin, and I put the whole 120,000 in, and it's now selling at 70,000. So I don't have enough money to buy the truck. That's not a store of value. That's a commodity. That is a commodity. Now, it might make sense long term, but in terms of short term, quarter by quarter transactions, Bitcoin does not measure up yet. It may change in the future. Bitcoin also has a problem in that it hasn't ever been tested in a financial collapse. And you haven't seen a financial collapse. You remember 2008 and the headlines. And so you feel like you lived through something. You haven't. You haven't. What's going to come, in my opinion, and I've raised all these numbers, so I'm probably overshooting it, but I would say there's a good chance that all of the markets go up by September. They could be sooner. It could be later. Stony Bones wants me to get it just right so he can come on and tell you that I promoted it. And he invests in crypto. Just to repeat my numbers, I think they're high, but they're my numbers. That's what I think. I think the S&P is going to go to 8,500. How is that possible? Well, you're about to see. It's called a blow off top. It's called people losing their mind. I think the Dow will go to 65,000. By the way, if the S&P only goes to 7,500, the Dow only goes to 55,000. That's still what I'm expecting. But I'm picking higher numbers because I think it's going to be bigger than even the most bullish person is expecting. So I think the S&P goes to 8,500, Dow 65,000, NASDAQ 30,000, the Russell 4,000, gold 5,000, silver 120, and we can probably pick some other things. But then in October, usually the markets crash in October. Could it be February or March? Sure. There's no set time, but there is going to be consequences for years of. Do you know that the Biden White House was run by 3 people? That his signature run by 3 people, 2 women and 1 guy. To me, they all look like they're 25 years old. You don't expect consequences out of that? We're at war wherever we turn around. My opinion, Donald Trump's trying valiantly to turn this ship of state around before it's too late. But it might already be too late. But one thing is clear. Should the teacher stand so near my life? One thing is clear is that just-in-time delivery of products and finished goods, worldwide shipping and flying and cooperation is over. And the United States is not ready to compete. China, where, I don't want to sound like the problem with the press being, guys like Lou will say the press is just fine. It's Trump's the liar. I don't know. My opinion, I've been a consumer of newspapers all my life. I no longer read them here, not the New York Times, even the Wall Street Journal, not the Washington Post. The sports section's pretty good, but you got to get through all that crap on the front page. It's all editorial. It's not news anymore. It's not true anymore. CNN, CBS. I used to turn on CBS News every night. It's all crap now. But if you want to believe it, you can believe it. But it doesn't matter what you believe or what I believe. The fact is, our disassociation from truth, which is very similar to what the Soviet Union did, and our putting in a senile president by cheating who wasn't even competent, and leaving the power of the government to a bunch of functionaries, all taught and overly educated in the feminist schools, Marxist schools. We're going to pay a price for it. Now, China isn't doing that. And the thing I was going to say, I don't think China has 1.4 billion people, and it could be half that. It's kind of scary. But regardless, China, while we were squandering our wealth and miseducating our youth and focusing on what Hillary Clinton said the other day, women don't have to have children. That's what immigrants are for. But hey, get the Clintons back in. Trump is a liar. So China's ready. They've built out the factories. They've built out energy. They've built out infrastructure. They have our patents. And they've built out robots. So they're ready to supply Southeast Asia, Africa, Middle East with middle-class goods. We can't. We can't do it. But Trump's trying to bring the jobs back home. Unfortunately, the bankers are there. Everything's financialized. But to bring everything back, they're going to call it reshoring. It's going to be a huge effort. And Trump's probably just got 18 more months. And then AOC is going to start running for president. And Kamala Harris and Newsom and the guy out of Kentucky and the guy out of Chicago. And the Democrats will cheat. And there's a good chance they'll win. As that becomes more clear, the markets are going to crash. The markets are going to crash. And after, let's just pick one of these. After the NASDAQ gets to 30,000, I think there's different people calling for different pullbacks, and some are calling for a correction now. I think the correction will be 90%, 85, 90, 95%. I can't do the arithmetic, but that means I think the NASDAQ could go to 3,000 or 5,000. It's going to be unlike anything you've ever seen before. Now, this is all too cute by half, because I'm calling out the order, and it doesn't have to come in this order. But I think when that crash comes, everything's going to go down. I think gold, if it reached 5,000, will probably pull back. I don't know, maybe to 3,200, maybe all the way back to 2,500 an ounce. Silver, some people say it'll come back below 30. I don't think so. I think silver will come back to 60, maybe $50. I don't think silver will go below where it broke out at $52, but I could be wrong. Point is, though, everything's going to sell off. Everything. The world is over leveraged. And on the way up, it's going to be fun. But when it comes down, it is going to be devastating. Well, Bitcoin's never been tested in that environment, ever. The 2008 correction happened before Bitcoin, or at least before the phenomena of Bitcoin. Never been tested. But you listen to Stony Bones, you don't know his name, you don't know how to reach him. You know my name. Some of you know how to reach me. He won't care when you lose money. He's just here as a shill. I'm sick of the shills. Know-it-all shills. And I can't tell the difference. I guess I could do the ACE model where I charge. Well, there's going to be a call tonight with this guy, Marshall. And I guess if I'm here, I'll play it out to you. The guy's just they're all looking for your money. They're all looking for your money. And they want your clicks. If I ever get going where I'm not wasting my time with people like Stony Bones, complete waste of time, I'd like to set something up and start making money. Maybe be paid by a company to raise money. Be paid by the company to come in front of you. Maybe start my own company and raise from you. That's Wall Street. That's Wall Street. Well, you were promoting it. What do you think Elon Musk does about his company? Oh, well, it always goes up. Really? Grow up. When you're trying to get 10 to 1 on your stocks, like let's go to finger motion right now. I'm concerned with two things. Let me just get the price, the closing price of finger. Finger looks strong, 417. Let me look at the volume. Wow. 1,370,000. Okay, let me tell you what I think is happening at Finger. I think the Toad, the Anson funds, / Roth Capital, Rothstein Capital, it's Roth. I don't think it's a longer name. But it's probably not the name the guy came into the United States with. Doesn't matter. I'm not sure my last name is what my great-grandparents came in either. I think it was Ferrand, I guess. We might have been French Huguenot, my dad says. But we were Catholic. We are Catholic. And I know the world's been tough for Jews, and it's been tough for African Americans, and it's been tough for everybody. But guess what? It wasn't so great for Catholics. It was not so great, and probably well deserved, because I think Catholics did some atrocious things during, I guess, the Spanish Inquisition, for example, in Ireland and other places. So human hatred and human cruelty goes back and forth like waves. So I'm not saying Catholics are perfect. But I think what happened possibly is our last name might have been Ferron, like Clermont-Ferrand. And when they came in, they didn't want to be Catholic, because you didn't get into clubs, you didn't get jobs, you know, when you're a papist. So I wouldn't be surprised if somebody went back in my family tree and they changed the name. They certainly did it on my grandfather's side, and they did it on my my maternal grandfather, and on, I'm not sure. Caruso, I think, probably made it through in flying colors. I don't think they changed Caruso. But so anyway, people changed their names. I'm not sure the guy's name was Roth, but it's Roth Capital. And I think what's happening with Finger is there's a lot of buying in the stock. So I think one possibility that we have to be aware of is that Roth Capital or the Toad Anson funds or someone else has purchased a trading desk somewhere with computers, algorithmic trading, and they've paid the $500,000, the $2 million, the $3 million to turn on the computers in the up direction. Now, what that means is they need you, but they also just do it based on headlines, on price movement, on call options, premiums. I don't know exactly how they do it, but it's all computerized. It's all computers. And they'll spoof, they'll cross, they'll put orders out. And I mean, I would say that one reason this theory might be wrong is the movement upward has just been so steady and so constant. It might not be that this is what happening. On the other hand, they may be able to do it in a steady way. I don't know. I'm not privileged to be on those criminal desks, but I do know they can turn the computers on. Just like the shorts can, they can turn them on the buy side. Why would they be doing it right now? Why? I believe that if Anson Funds is trapped and other funds are trapped in a big non-delivering Finger, and Roth Capital, in my opinion, is just a flow through. They base their business on providing this service to the shorts in many cases. It's possible that they've pumped up the volume, and they've pumped up the price. And maybe tomorrow, maybe after the annual report comes out, they put a call into Finger and they say, I mean, using the numbers Ham gave today, pretty powerful numbers. He stopped counting, but in the recent trading, something like 28 million shares might be short in just the recent weeks. That's pretty powerful. But one of the things, I don't know, you know, it's not my trade. I'm not on Roth Capital's desk. I'm not on Anson's funds or some other fund, but maybe 20 million shares. They get an average, I'll make it up, they get an average price of $375 because there's a lot of stock traded higher. I don't know. Just I'm doing it for easy math, easy arithmetic. And they call up and say, we'll give you 20 million. We'll give you, I don't know what the dollar amount would be. Well, let's do it at 4. I think they'd do it lower. But we'll give you 20 times 4. We'll give you 80 million. It's probably too much. But it's the theory. We'll give you 80 million for 20 million shares at $4. It never happened there. I think it'll be more like 10 million shares at $350. But let's do that one. 10 million shares at $350. So then the board has to consider it. And the board says, well, 10 million shares, 350, $35 million, plus we get the money from the warrants. We could have $40 million to build out our C2 contract. And the Toad gets to make a profit. Roth Capital, for doing nothing, gets to make a huge profit. And then they get some more warrants issued, and they have the ability to trade derivatives against it. And I think you have to at least consider that that might be what's going on with Finger Motion right now. Is it bad? I don't think so. In fact, I think the company should raise money now, and a lot of it. The stock is trading at $250 million. Raise some money. It wasn't long ago it was under $50 million. Raise some money. If the C2 contract is as massive as we're told, they need to raise money. And then they can be secure, and you've got an engine of growth that's going to make a lot of people wealthy. But if they don't raise money, I'd have to question how valuable that C2 contract is. All right, that's one thing that could be going on with Finger. The other thing that could be going on with Finger is there might be a joint venture. I think the most logical one would be with SAIC to build out these vehicles and to secure the contract from here to kingdom come. That would be massive. That would just change the story overnight. And it would be dramatic. I think it would be a $10, $15 stock, and you could have your squeeze right away. But certainly it would put pressure on all the non-delivered share prime brokers. A third thing is you could have a big investor coming out of Caroline, coming out of Asia, or coming out of China, and that would be fantastic. A plain vanilla, that'd be awesome. So we have to consider that those two things could be happening as well. If Finger Motion is just going to limp by with the exercise of warrants, that's not a good sign, in my opinion. Now, the two things I want to call to your attention on Finger is I do believe Roth Capital could come out with a research report, but I do not believe anybody will know the price target. Nobody. And if it's being rumored, they might have heard about it in the men's room, but it's highly unlikely. Research analysts don't share that information. Although, if there's going to be a financing, they're not supposed to do it, but the financings that used to happen sometimes were tied to research that did target a certain price. So that it's a stretch, but that could be going on. But I don't think a research report will come out until after the annual report. And I don't think a research analyst would come out with a $12 target. They might. I could be totally wrong. I mean, certainly if there's an SAIC joint venture, they could put out a target at $20, and I wouldn't argue with it. Long-term target, long-term speculative, or long-term hold, something like that. But analysts that I knew, and there aren't many analysts anymore, would take a situation like Fingers And even if they believed it was going to go to 12, I think they would come out with a target of 5.5 or 6, depending on where the stock price is when they issue it. Why? Because they want to look good. They want to hit their targets. And then they get a star. They get in the institutional investor as a great analyst. And then they can increase their targets. So it's not negative. I just don't want you to think the report's going to say 12. It could, but the odds aren't that high, I don't think. Yeah, I guess that's all I wanted to say about Finger. I like Finger. I think it's been an incredible trade. It's gone from just over $1 to over $5, and it's hanging in here at 420. It's an unbelievable trade. There would be a day in my life where I'd call all my investors and say, let's get out of that. Not that it's bad in the long run, but that's a hell of a trade. It's a hell of a trade. It's almost 4x if you got it just right. Hell of a trade. It's a hell of a thing. Killing the man. Now on options, I wouldn't buy them now. I would, if you want to buy them next week, but I told you at the beginning of this week that you could sell them, sell covered calls. I bet you'll find Monday that had you sold them this past Monday for June, you could be buying them back cheaper. You can turn Finger into a source of revenue if you're prepared to risk that. Short squeezes by definition come out of the blue and you might miss it. But on the other hand, if you have the courage to go against the crowd, you can take some of that premium out of the market. I've been saying for a long time, I've gotten a lot of heat for it. I've told you from last year that I didn't think the dividend would come at least until May or June, but that they would be filing it then, so it would take longer to get approval. I've gotten so much heat on that. Well, here we are. Here we are. I like Finger very much. And if they do a deal with Roth Capital, I think it'd be a push as to who got the better end of that deal. Because Finger fully funded, it could be just a tremendous engine of earnings for the next 5, 6, 7 years. And you're going to be really happy they took that funding. But if you're looking for a squeeze, it might delay it. So, you know, it's the tough thing. Anyway, I want to talk about, and I'm not looking at the comments. I put them up here so you can see them. I'm not looking right now. If I've embarrassed myself and you're making fun of me, I'm not reading them. I'm not avoiding. I haven't read it and I'm not commenting. I just haven't read them, any of them. And I don't want to, all these smarter than everybody dudes that love to argue, it's just distraction so they can steal out of your other pocket. If you don't want to be here to learn how it happens so that maybe we can help fix it, but more importantly, we can recognize that when we have a profit, Finger goes to $5, maybe it's time to sell some calls or maybe to take some money off the table. Just like GME goes to 80 or 65. Let's stop listening to everybody saying, hey, this is the mother of all squeezes. You got to know that the other side is like a machine. They're like the Terminator. They have no emotion. They've been through it all before. They have the lawyers, they have the regulators, They have the journalists, they have the professors, they have Congress, they have the senators, they have everybody. So when the stocks go up, why don't we remember that? And then when they do win, when they pull a trick, they show up and they take Brent's son around in a Rolls Royce and everything's going to be great. And he's okay, let's sign. Okay, they gave me the money. It's going to be great. His gut's got to be telling him it's wrong, but it's money. Then Stony Bones can say, "Well, you promoted it." It's like I'm a Ginsu knife salesman. This knife can slice through the leather of a shoe and a cinder block and still come back and slice your tomatoes and your cucumbers and your onions. But wait, you can get, for the price of one Ginsu knife, you can get two for the price of one. As if you needed one, now you can have two. But wait, you can also get the little Ginsu and the baby boy Ginsu and the mama bear Ginsu, and we'll throw in the puppy dog Ginsu, all for the same price. That's promoting. That's promoting. It makes a mockery out of me to say that and it takes work. I've slacked off a bit, mainly because this computer doesn't allow me to do much. I'm going to try to change that. But to just summarize all I do as, you're promoting it. I invest in crypto. If that's your thinking, go listen to Stony Bones. All right, I don't even have it up here, but I want to talk about Railtown a little bit because we're forgetting about Railtown. And today's date is what is today? Is it Wednesday or Thursday? I guess it's Thursday. So today, it's Novak Djokovic's birthday, and he won today. Novak. He turned 38 today, and he won in Geneva. So it's the 22nd today. I don't remember for sure. I know I've been talking to you about Railtown. And by the way, if you think I'm promoting it, just turn off the channel. Go listen to Stony Bones. I'm not promoting Railtown. There's several words. There's recommend, there's advice, there's promoting, there's I can't think of any other ones. Let's see. Pounding the table, pumping. I can't really think of any other words. I want to be clear. This is not financial advice because I don't know your situation. If I knew you, trusted you, I'd give my opinion in your situation. But it still wouldn't be financial advice because we don't have that fiduciary relationship. I'm not making money off of you. And I'm not, by the way, people get paid on Wall Street. The people that do interviews, the people that do, they all get paid. I haven't figured out how to get paid. I get these sporadic, unpredictable, and I'm very grateful for, almost donations. But I would love to get in a situation where I'm representing companies. I've got 5 companies and they're each paying me $5,000 a month to promote their story. I'm not there. I'm not there. I reserve the right to do it, but I'm not there. So if you feel like I'm promoting Railtown, just go listen, just go follow Stony Bones, please. Am I recommending it? Yeah, I think in the truest sense of the definition of recommending, I am recommending that you look at it. It is something I'm saying, hey, take a look at this. But it's not financial advice. I'm not recommending it in the capacity of telling you that this is perfect for you financially. I'm saying, hey, if you're down at this table of shitty companies that are all high speculative, I just found a company that's made out of silver, and it's the whole vase is silver with just a little bit of copper, and they've mispriced it. They're pricing it as if it's just silver plate, but it's actually silver all the way through. You got to buy it. In that sense, I can see that recommendation is the right word. But I don't know how to make the distinction legally. I'm sure there's a definition for recommendation in the legal sense of financial advice, and there's a recommendation like, hey, why don't we go have dinner at Charlie's place? I worked at Charlie's place. I worked at Clyde's. Why don't we go have dinner at Clyde's? Why don't we go have brunch at the Windrift? I worked at the Windrift in Avalon. Why don't we go eat at the Lodge? I worked at the Lodge in Williamsburg. So those are recommendations, but they're not, hey, you should go do this and I'm backing it up or anything. It's not that. I'm not pumping either. If you think I'm pumping, go the hell over, sign up for Stony Bones daily or weekly recommendations. What's the other word? Oh, financial advice. You know, I think what I give is advice, but it's not financial advice. So I don't know how to define all these things for you. That's why I need to get an attorney to draw up a blurb. But nothing I say should be taken as financial advice. Nothing. We simply do not have a fiduciary relationship. I don't owe you jack shit, and you don't have to do what I suggest. You're not paying me. It's just, we don't have that kind of relationship. But anyway, Railtown, I believe, 1, 2, 3. I think, see, I didn't write it down. But I think sometime in February, it might have been January. I didn't write it down. And I don't want to look it up. I think Railtown, which I brought to your attention last year, But Railtown announced, my service doesn't give news. I could go on Yahoo. But they announced they were acquiring AI partners about 4 months ago. So we've been waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. And I just want to call to your attention that next Monday is a bank holiday. So there's basically after tomorrow, well, let's include tomorrow, there's 5 trading days left in May. So then we're going to be in June. And June might be our month. Railtown came out of its R&D phase last year, and they've been moving aggressively to get clientele and to monetize the company, to get rewarded for 5 years of work. And they've done it before in other companies. So all I want to call your attention to is June is a pretty important month if you're trying to get your company from R&D to generating revenues and possibly setting up for a sale, which is my original theory. But who knows? Once we see what they're doing, maybe it's just a long-term hold. We'll find out. But June's pretty important. So why do I say that? It starts, let me make sure I'm telling you that correctly. It starts no, it doesn't. It ends the second quarter. So July starts the second half of the year. So you could argue July's pretty important too. Anyway, I think June's important because if you've started working on something last year, January, February, March, April, May, June, I don't know, if I'm not hitting my targets for the year, June's pretty important. So anyway, I think Railtown is worth focusing on simply because June is around the corner. Let me show you something on Railtown. This news came out. This news came out yesterday, Railtown. Railtown Technologies launches powerful Visual Studio extension to supercharge developer productivity. Blah, blah, blah. Let me see if I can find that news here. That's very hard to read for me. No news available. Let me go to Yahoo and try to read it here. Okay, so I can tell you when they announced that all right, so they announced the MOU to acquire AI partnerships on February 11th. February 11th. So they just announced something else an hour ago. I'll read that to you. So February 11th, let's just see how many months out we are. They've got to be close to getting approval. So that's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, June will be the 4th month. I really think it's time for that approval. So anyway, what this says is Railtown announced the official release of its Visual Studio extension. Blah, blah, blah. It revolutionizes, it identifies, resolves, and prevents issues. And it leverages. And then it says, core in the bold, our mission is to empower developers with intelligent tools which eliminate friction and accelerate innovation, said Corey Brandolini, CEO at Railtown AI. By integrating our root cause agent into Visual Studio, we are giving developers the ability to detect and fix issues more quickly with greater precision and confidence. With this release, RCAA can now be used as a standalone tool on a developer-by-developer basis, making it ideal for individual contributors or smaller teams. For larger organizations, RCA++ is fully integrated with Conductor developer productivity engineering platform. And this enables scalable deployment, centralized insights, enhanced team collaboration across the entire development cycle. So this just came out yesterday. The extension introduces a complete set of features aimed at improving developer experience and operational efficiency. This is a bullet point list. Point: automated fixes with RCA++ and AI-powered recommendations based, there's that word again, based on real-time analysis of your code base and environment. Point: pull request generation creates ready-to-review PRs with fixes and test cases to speed up code reviews, whatever the hell a PR is. Point: bulletproof unit testing generates high-quality automated tests to catch and prevent regressions. Who wants a regression? Point: first-time error triage gives admins complete control over access, usage, and error insights. Point: environment tracing tracks bugs from development to production, ensuring full visibility. Point: faster MTTR reduces mean time to resolution. MTTR with proactive, we all love proactive workflows. Point: code graph ingestion analyzes and understands the entire code base for more accurate fixes. Point: chat copilot interact with your code base using natural language. Deep research mode proactively uncovers risky patterns and suggests you wear a condom. Point: Azure DevOps and GitHub integration extends AI root cause analysis into your CI/CD pipelines. With Visual Studio continuing to be one of the most popular IDEs, I hope that's not contagious, used by software developers around the world, this extension enables seamless integration into existing workflows. Developers can now leverage Railtown AI's capabilities without switching tools, allowing for increased focus, faster debugging, and more reliable deployments. Okay, here's the key thing. I circled it down here. You see the yellow? This is what I saw at the end of this article. In addition to the launch of the Visual Studio extension, Railtown AI Technologies is also pleased to announce it has engaged I2I, get it? I2I Media to lead a robust marketing awareness campaign. This strategic initiative aims to expand reach, drive adoption, and raise visibility of Railtown's breakthrough. Break on through to the other side. Breakthrough AI-powered development. So there's the discussion. Railtown is a leader in developer productivity tools powered by artificial intelligence. Based in Vancouver, Canada, Railtown delivers solutions which streamline software development workflows, reduce downtime, and increase the speed of innovation for teams around the world. By embedding intelligence into every stage of the software lifecycle, Railtown is redefining how modern engineering teams work. On behalf of the board, Corey Brandolini, CEO, Rebecca Kurzweil, Investor Relations Contact. Okay, so there's a new news story today. Railtown AI Technologies to present at LangTrack's agentic framework, language tracks, LangTrack's agentic framework at Upper Bound 2025, May 20 through May 23. That's next week. Or it's now, sorry, it's now. I guess that's now. So maybe we can see a presentation. Railtown AI, a leader in intelligent software solutions, is proud to announce it will present its groundbreaking LangTrack's agentic framework at Upper Bound 2025 in Edmonton, Alberta, May 20 through May 23, hosted by the Alberta Machine Intelligence Institute, AMII. Upper Bound is Canada's flagship artificial intelligence event. They got a lot of flagship events, attracting global AI innovators, researchers, and industrial leaders. LangTrack's is a cutting-edge AI framework that autonomously selects and executes tasks using a range of tools, dramatically improving automation and efficiency. With its agentic architecture, LangTrack's manages low-level operations, enabling developers to focus on higher-order problem solving and innovation. Quote, LangTrack's is built for the future of autonomous AI, said Corey Brandolini, not to be confused with the Brandolini family of tie-making fame sold at fine stores throughout Italy. Corey Brandolini, CEO of Railtown AI Technologies, quote, as open source LLMs, large language modules, something like that. It's not the cigarette. continue to evolve, organizations need frameworks that offer control, security, and deployment flexibility. LangTrax makes real-time AI-driven automation not only possible, but practical. LangTrax is part of Railtown's growing suite of developer tools. Are you ready, Carl? For the Lounge Suite, the Hammers is the nickname of what English football team? The workers control the means of production. No, I'm sorry. It was, in fact, West Ham United. LangTrax is part of Railtown's growing suite of developer tools and services designed to accelerate intelligent application development. These include Conductor Developer Productivity Engineering Platform, which hasn't been abbreviated, and streamlines team workflows and continuous improvement. It includes RCA++, an abbreviation for Root Cause Analysis Agent for Intelligent Incident Resolution, and Railtrax, a universal retrieval and ingestion engine. Railtrax simplifies ingestion of unstructured event data from any source, transforming it into a clean, unified format for use in LLMs, RAG applications, and IOT systems, and real-time analytics. With pre-built connectors and a flexible pipeline, Railtown ensures fast, scalable, and reliable data integration. Upper Bound will feature a packed agenda of keynotes, demos, and workshops exploring the cutting edge of artificial intelligence. Railtown AI will be on site throughout the event to demo LangTrax and connect with industry leaders interested in agentic AI architectures and scalable automation solutions. For event details, visit www.upperbound.ai/something. So let me just hit that and see what's there. Experience an AI conference like no other. May 20 through 23, sold out. Upper Bound sold out. Thank you to everyone who has purchased a pass. We are so excited to bring together such a passionate group of individuals for what promises to be an inspiring and insightful conference. For those who couldn't grab a ticket this time, we're so sorry, Uncle Albert, but I just couldn't stand the pain. Follow our media channels where we will share highlights, key takeaways, and maybe even a special edition live stream. Thank you again for your incredible support. Not your average AI conference. Bridging the gaps between technical and non-technical, theory and practice, academia and industry, current capabilities and future trends. Upper Bound pushes beyond the basics to deliver on AI conferences like no other. be one of the thousands of AI professionals, researchers, business leaders, entrepreneurs, investors, and students from around the globe to gather in Edmonton to drill for oil. They have 6,000 attendees, 200 sessions, 250 speakers. Richard Sutton, John Carmack, Janet Bannister, Forrest Zeisler, Corey Mathewson, Paige Bailey, Alan Law, Shani Gwynn, Martha White, Cam Linke, Sabrina Germania, Abi Azari. And that's just the first page. They have a schedule, but should we all be doing LLMs? Is the first, oh, I see how this schedule works. I should have gone, but I would be in over my head. Maybe I can send an AI system to go gather all the information. There's swag. RBC Bank is there. There's a networking zone. Dell is there. Google Canada is there. Siemens is there. TELUS, AWS. Cisco Kid is there. Cisco is there. University of Alberta is there. KPMG is there. Lenovo is there. NVIDIA is there. CBRE is there. Boast is there. Roche. I'm skipping a bunch that I don't recognize, but it doesn't mean they're not important. It's a big deal. So they're there now. So anyway, this just highlights that I think Railtown at 27 cents tomorrow is a very attractive entry point. Now let's go to Nixie, and then I'll hazard to look at your comments, but I don't have very much tolerance. All right, Nixie closed at 181, and that's where it's trading extra hours. 180 to 193 bid and ask. The volume is 79,000. I think Nixie is also right at the cusp of something has to happen. We've been waiting for months to get the shoe to drop on their announcements, which I think can be summarized by saying they have about 18 million shares outstanding. The market cap is 35 million. Their news that's come out has been predictive, and it's also been news. So over the last months, I don't know, 2 or 3 months, they've announced an acquisition. They've announced another smaller acquisition. They've announced revenue. They've announced the margins on that revenue. They've announced that they want to become a billion-dollar company over a 3-year period. I would argue to you that that 3-year period is conservative simply because if they execute on their plan, the market will discount. In other words, they'll bring the forward estimates forward. They'll bring the forward for the future forward, and you'll start seeing it in the stock price. But they've also implied some big news coming. I forget now the exact wording, but it was an acquisition. It was an update in their plan and their revenues, and etc. It's all due. Now the 10Q got filed. It was a little late, but it was filed. And to me, that means that anybody that's kind of a insider, now that that's filed, they can probably sell on news if their shares are free to trade and if they report the sales. I'm not sure they were in a position to do any selling or buying prior to that 10Q. So I think that was an important step. But on the revenue side of Nixie, the numbers, if I recall, they said in April they did $1.5 million in revenue, but they had already done in the first week of May something like just under $1 million in revenue. And then they give some forward estimates of what they'll do, but I don't know. They did 800,000 in the first week of May. I don't know. Assume 2,500, 2.5 million a month. I don't know. They could, just at that low number, they could exit this year doing the same, roughly the same revenue as Finger Motion. And I'm not saying anything negative about Finger, but Finger has a market cap closer to $250 million. This is trading at 35 million. I would argue that Nixie should be higher, not that Finger should be lower, but anything can happen. And I think you're going to start seeing some news on Nixie just because it's overdue. And the same caveat I have for planning, June's an important month if you're trying to get something done. I think June's overdue. It's the end of the quarter. It's the end of the first half. So I think Nixie's ready too for news. Of the two, Railtown or Nixie, tomorrow, if you wanted, or Finger, or one of the other stocks, it's all up to you. I'm not promoting, and I'm recommending in the sense of a thought idea or an opinion or a educational process. It's not financial advice. You have to, I suggest, sit down with a pad of paper, think about what your goals are, make your own judgment of risk reward. But I think to put it in that context of risk reward, I think Nixie at $2, let's say, could go to 8. Well, I think looking at the charts, I think it goes to the 200-day moving average, gets through that, and then gets to $6 very quickly. If that's where it stops, if that's my expectation for Nixie, is you're going to have another massive volume day like they've had twice before. And if it stops there, I would, whenever the volume comes out, that's probably where I would get out. But if it gets through 6.25, 650, I think it can go to 8, 10, 12 very easily. I don't see anything stopping it once it gets above 650 to get in that 8, 10, 12 range. So I would say your upside on a conservative basis is 3x. On a pushing it basis, 5x. And on a completely speculative basis, what if it runs away with itself? I don't know, $20, $25. Is that likely? Maybe, because Railtown, Nixie, I'm sorry, Nixie was predecessor was recruiter.com, which got destroyed by the shorts and by toxic financing. Just destroyed. So is it possible to have a squeeze? Yeah, I wouldn't say it's going to go to the moon. It could, I guess, but I don't think so. But anyway, you could see Nixie go to $20 or $25. I'd say that's low odds, though. That's the high risk. The potential of that is, I think if it gets going, it goes to 6. I would say 80 to 90% odds, but that's no guarantee. And then if it breaks 650, I think it goes to 8, 10, 12 with 75% odds. Could it go to 20 or 25? I'd say 40 to 50% odds, maybe not 50, maybe 30 to 40% odds of that. Could it go much higher? Sure, but I would give that 10% odds. That's your reward in Nixie. What's your risk? I just don't see much risk in Nixie. Everything's a risk, so it's a whole speculative, crappy end of the pool. But they already have revenue that they've brought in. They're going to bring in more revenue. It's profitable. So unique to Nixie is they are going to be profitable. You know that from what they've already said. I guess there's always a risk that an accounting event will come in, I guess. But let's just say they'll have positive cash flow, because sometimes accounting entries take away the profit. But they'll have positive cash flow. They'll have revenues, and they're growing. And they just announced their new CEO, who seems to be a big shot. So I think Nixie, I really don't see any risk if you pay $2, if you pay $2.50. They have 18 million shares out. Call it 20 million. At $2.50, that's a $50 million market cap. Like I say, Finger Motion is trading at $250 million market cap, and their revenue numbers are at least similar. Nixie has positive cash flow and earnings, and it has a growth profile. So I don't really see, in the context of speculative shares, which means this is a whole group of stocks which can surprise you both up and down, and so they're speculative, which means they're risky. But I don't see, in that context, I don't see a lot of risk. So your risk reward, I think your risk is flat and time value of money, and your reward is anything from 3x to 6x with a possible 10x. It's not too shabby. What time frame? Well, I wouldn't be coming on today breaking my absolute statement that was going to be my last live. If I didn't think it's soon. I think it could start next week. I don't know that, but I think it could start next week. We're just overdue, and we're impatient, and because it's taking so long, our brains tell us it's going to take longer. I don't think so. I think Nixie could start next week. Would it Would I be surprised if we still are waiting? No, because we're still waiting. But I think Nixie could start next week. So again, Nixie, I think your risk is flat in the context of speculative stocks. And your upside is 3 to 6 to even 10x in Nixie. And I would say over the next weeks, let's say by the end of June. Railtown. Railtown, basically, if I recall correctly, has about 135 million shares outstanding. Let me just look up what the market cap is. I think it's 35 million. $37 million market cap. So call it 40 million. We're not really aware of their revenues yet or their profitability. But I have to say, from what we've read, and you can go review the news stories, what I read today, that a guy was telling me this earlier today. It's a good comparison. I think Railtown is priced right now like a pre-IPO price. That's what this guy said. I think it's a good analogy. It's priced at I don't know about angel round, but it's priced at a venture round level prior to going public. Obviously, it's already public, but that's a similar thing. And I think Railtown is going to see a revaluation in its perceived market cap, what its market cap should be. I don't know how quickly. I think it's going to be quick. But you can debate that. When? They're in a conference right now. I just read to you. They have a marketing team ready to go. And they have this acquisition pending. How much longer? I looked it up. When you go to the regulators, it's supposed to take 4 weeks. It can take 8. I think it's been 12. So I just think it's getting close to being done, and we'll start seeing news on Railtown. My own projection, which could be high, is that when they revalue Railtown, when all the market makers, not the market makers, the family offices, the mutual funds, the institutional investors, retail investors, primarily out of Canada, can start buying again, because they've been precluded from doing so because of the quiet period. My opinion, the stock will get to $3.50 a share. I don't think it'll be a straight line. Previously, I've used $1.20, which to my memory was a warrant exercise number, but there's so many stories to keep in my head. I might have gotten the $1.20 from the charts. Anyway, I've used that before as my target. I think it could go to look, if it gets out over its previous high, which is 62 cents, I think it'll blast through $1. I don't think dollar will stop it. So I picked $1.20. It might stall there and pull back for briefly. I don't expect it to stay there either. I did the arithmetic with you on different things the other day. I chopped it by 2/3. I chopped it again by 2/3, and then I took 1/4 of that or 1/3 of that. I can't remember. but I think 350 is a conservative guess, but it is a guess. It is a guess. It could go much higher than that. It might not make it to that level. So I would say that with Railtown, again, this is speculative. This is a high risk area whenever you're dealing with penny stocks. But I, again, don't see much risk to the downside in Railtown. If the deals all fall apart, I still think Railtown's worth $1 because they have 4 or 5 of their own products. But I don't expect the deals to fall apart. Why do I say that? It would already show up in the stock price. It'd already be down. So I don't really expect much risk, but you have to be aware that this stock was basically trading for 0 this year, 0.0001. So, I could be wrong on that, but I'm giving you my view, not promotional. I think there's not much risk to the downside. You saw it on Monday when Canada was closed, and I think it went down to 22 cents. That might be your downside, but I don't think it's going to hit 22 cents ever again. And in return for that, I think you can make 10x on your money, 12x on your money, and maybe better. When? I think it could start next week. And I think it's already started. We've had 2 news announcements in the last couple of days. They're at a conference. How long will it take? I'd say June. I'd say June. It could go into July, but I'd say June. So your risk reward on Railtown, to me, is really attractive. The key thing about Railtown, this is an AI company. And just go read the press releases. They bought a Norelco razor and they liked the shave so much they bought the company. They joined this AI partners and they loved it so much they're buying it. And inside of that are the 2 founders of Constellation Software. I mean, this is some kick-ass stuff, and it's AI. It's a whole different world, and it's not. They're not doing toxic financing, although Canaccord is notorious. But they're not. You're not relying on a CEO who's going to be bamboozled by some guys at Aubrey Advisors. So I think Railtown is highly pounceable. And then Finger, and then I'll go to your questions. Not that you're that excited to see me. Finger is 415, closed at 411. And the volume was 1,370,000. The market cap, I think this is as of last night, is 225 million, which is pretty good. I think there's 3 outcomes for Finger right now. We don't know which way it'll go. And so my belief, the safest approach would be to wait until June 1. It's what, a week away. It's only a shout away. It's not too long to wait. And then that week, but I think there's 3 outcomes here. One is they do a deal with Roth Capital, which will be a pass-through. to shorts, and maybe they haircut the stock price by 25%. I don't know. I don't, depending on the size of that deal, I think it would imply that their C2 contract is strong, and it would probably be a good place if the stock did pull back in that kind of situation. It would probably be a good entry point for a long-term investment, long-term of over a year, or an intermediate term over 6 months. It would probably be a good entry point. The second thing is maybe there's news we don't know about, a joint venture, big investor. That could get the stock just strongly higher. And frankly, the way the volume has been for the last several weeks, it looks like that. It looks like somebody knows something. So in that situation, what's realistic for Finger to do? I still think it'll be a clawing up type process, maybe to 8 or 9 at the high, but it's going to be, they're going to have to fight each step of the way, unless the news is truly gigantic. And then, it could be fun. But remember, if you're going to have a stock, let's pick the number 12. That means it is 3x from here. That means you're going to have a 750 million market cap. In the context of a joint venture or new funding, that's, you could argue that's rich, or it's fairly valued. The third thing that could happen with Finger is a short squeeze. And Ham's been calling that. I think he's been very good on sharing his thoughts and his insights. And the volume might be implying that too. I don't know. So I think we'll know more after the annual report. So sort of a week from now, 2 weeks. The time frame, if it kicks off into a short squeeze, would be very soon. I don't think the odds are particularly high on a soon short squeeze, but that's a call you have to make. We would know about a big deal or financing that's not a shitty Roth capital financing. And by the way, Roth Capital is capable of a plain vanilla financing. I think they can be both. They're like a good twin and an evil twin. But what are the odds of that? I don't put those odds very high. I think we'd already know about it, but I'd still say 40 to 60%, 50-50 on that. And then the first choice was that Roth Capital, the Toad or one of those guys comes in and does the financing. I would give that better than 50% that's going to happen. But in all cases, it looks like Finger Motion is finally out of the dollar range, $2 range for good. It is risky. They have to execute. But it just feels like we're now, and I'll look at a chart. I didn't look before I came on. But I think we're now at a different starting price anyway. So I would say your risk in Finger is if Roth Capital does a deal, it could be priced at $3, give or take 25 cents. So that's your risk. I don't think it'll stay down there. They might punish it. You'll be disappointed, but I don't think it'll stay down there. I think it'd bring in buying. Because it would be a good sign that the C2 contract is valuable. That's also risk. If they don't raise money, that's the thing. If they don't raise money, finger could go back into the twos. So I think not raising money, they're playing with fire. So I hope they raise money. The reward could be a short squeeze. I would give the odds of a short squeeze in the wildcat range. When you're drilling for a wildcat well, some people say that the odds of success are 5%. Some people give you higher numbers, all the way up to 20%. Really depends on, I hate this word, closeology and scientific data that you might have, like a 1D or 2D line or 3D seismic. But I would give it wildcat type risk. In other words, I think 20% that it's going to squeeze might be high. I really think in the short run I'm talking about. I'm talking about in the short run. In all three cases, let's say I'm talking by 4th of July weekend, I'm talking about. I think the chances of finger squeezing by the 4th of July are wildcat numbers. But if it happens, the reward could be incredible. I think the odds that they're going to do a financing with Roth Capital are pretty high. So I think your risk is, at least in a short-term trade, you lose 25, 30%, a third of your stock price. But I think if they raise that money, it's going to be a sign of strength. I really think it'll be a sign of strength. And then I'll show you. I won't be promoting it like Stony Bones says. I'll be trying to educate you how you can sell calls or start taking advantage of premium. But I think if they do a financing, you might finally see finger motion independent of the criminals on Wall Street. And it is a NASDAQ stock. And if it can stay above 4 on many platforms, that's marginable. If it can stay above 5 on a whole lot of platforms, that becomes recommendable by brokers, wealth advisors. So fingers on the verge, if they can finance that C2 contract, and the C2 contract is real in terms of its magnitude, fingers on the verge of being a significant company, not a $1 or $2 stock anymore. But I think it's susceptible. This volume in there could be a pump by the Toad or by Roth Capital's clients. And I don't think it'll be followed by a dump, but it could be followed by, like I say, financing down a third or down a 25%. But I think that, oddly, I think that'd be good news. So I'm not negative on finger. I just think you can triple or more your money in Nixie very quickly. And I think Railtown, you can 10x your money fairly quickly. And finger, it could be up. I could be wrong. It could be this explosive upside. But I think finger is going to stay solid for a while. But you just got to sit down and make your decisions. Do I want something to move quickly and then I'll come back to finger? I'll give you an example. If you bought Nixie tomorrow, and let's say Nixie went to $10 in 3 weeks, or let's say, let's dream big and say it goes to $10 in 2 Fridays from now, 2 Fridays. So not next Friday, but the following Friday. I don't know, just making it up. It's just an example. So let's say you started with $5,000 or $6,000. And it goes to 10, so that's 5x. It's actually a little bit better. So your $6,000 turns into $30,000 in 2 weeks. It's a prediction, not a promise. It's not a promotion. Stony Bones only invests in crypto. So if you want something that's really sure, cocksure, just go listen to Stony Bones's recommendations in crypto. But if you want something fun while Stony Bones is counting his crypto and bragging about it and criticizing everything else, Nixie might in a fortnight give you 5x. 6 grand turns into 30. Well, what I'm saying is right now for 6 grand, you could buy 1,500 shares of Finger Motion at $4, a little bit more. What does Finger do? Does it go to 12? Does it go to 10? Does it go to 5? Does it stay at 4? I don't know. That's the risk, of course. That's the risk, of course. But for Finger to 5x, it's got to go to 20. Will Finger go to 20 in 2 weeks? I mean, it could. You got to make your own call. But here's my point. If I'm right about Nixie, and I'm using 2 weeks, it could be 4 weeks, it could be, we've been waiting forever. But at some point, you've got to make a projection based on what you see, and that's what I'm doing. It's not a promotion. What would you call it? And if the CEO suddenly does a deal with Yorkville and Ari Rubenstein starts shorting the hell out of it, and I have no knowledge of that right now, Stony Bones will be here to let you know that I promoted it, as if I knew. It's just so childish. It's so unprofessional. I'm trying to give you all, I don't even know how much money. Some people buy 18 shares. And I'm not sure my advice is worth anything, but I'm trying to give you advice I give to private clients, wealthy clients. If I were sitting still at Morgan Stanley, my old office, Morgan Stanley now, I probably wouldn't focus on any more than at the most 1,000 clients. It'd probably be less. I'd probably have assistants, and we'd probably have a lot more than that, but the ones I talked with. And I'd be giving this advice and this attention. Is it worth anything? I have no idea. But it's the same advice I'd be giving. Stony Bones wants you to think it's promotion. It isn't promotion. I'm talking about the stock market, the devastation of what's happening. I try to call it out, and Cindy Lou Who gets mad at me because I'm blaming a dead man. That is irrational shit I don't need. It just doesn't help. It just doesn't help. If you're here for emotional, non-linear, non-logical thinking, just hop on every space call and listen to every new CEO that's coming in to tell a story. Listen to Frank Benedetto's latest idea. Go listen to Roger Rabbit, the band leader. There's plenty of places you can go be irrational. Go listen to a Double D space call. Plenty of places you can be irrational. Oh, you're blaming it on a dead man. What the F does that have to do with me pointing out that three guys, when they were all alive, were used, at best they were used, and they might have been part of it, by the criminals to puncture a short squeeze. The criminals are going to try everything to stop short squeezes. Everything. They'll suck you in so they have some money to steal, and they'll drive it down. And Stony Bones will come on and say, well, you promoted it. It didn't work, see? You promoted it. I invest in crypto. Well, la-dee-da. All right, Novak Djokovic won today, and I've got to find out how many points he made. He can't catch up, and I don't think it changes the French Open draw. He's going to be on the same side with Yannick Sinner, so it's going to be hard to beat Yannick Sinner. I think he can beat Carlos Alcaraz, but it's hard to beat Yannick Sinner. Taylor Fritz lost in Geneva. So Joker is in the, he made, how many points? It doesn't make any sense. And he made 50 points, I guess. That's not exciting. Ham will be coming. I'll stay on till 7. We'll listen to Ham's call. Beyond 7. So tomorrow, the Joker plays at 10 a.m. Yikes. 10 a.m. Yikes. That means I'm going to be watching that. Geneva Open. So tomorrow, it'll be Hurkacz against Offner. Hurkacz is good. I've always thought he has a real chance to break through. And it's going to be Cameron Norrie against Joker. So I think Norrie can be tricky, but I think Djokovic can beat Norrie. I think Hurkacz is going to beat Offner. So the final could be Djokovic against Hurkacz. And Djokovic, that'll be tough. Hurkacz is powerful. He's got forehands that just catch the lines, catch the corners. But I think Djokovic has it in him to beat Hurkacz. And so the Geneva Open on, I guess that'll be Sunday. I don't think it'll be Saturday. Let me look. No, I guess it's Saturday. So the final will be Saturday. I wish I could go. If he wins, that's his 100th match. He'll be one of 3 tennis players to have won 100 ATP matches since they started counting it. Jimmy Connors with 109. And I think Djokovic could have beaten that record if not for the pandemic and other things. Roger Federer has 103. Djokovic is on 99. If he gets to 100, he's one of 3 men with 100. That's exciting. He's a good man. Djokovic is a good man. 10-year yield surge. This is horrible. It's horrible. This guy killed 2 Israelis, I think. I think they were diplomats, a young couple, in front of the Holocaust Museum. It's just horrible. Just horrible. Of course, every day Hundreds of children are killed in Palestine. Bullets, bombs, tanks, starvation. Doesn't make the front page of any news. But leaving that aside, that is a truly evil, truly horrible event. Just young, the rest of their lives ahead of them, just absolutely evil. Stocks flat as mystery buyer emerges for bonds. Who do you think that is? Who do you think the mystery buyer is for bonds? I'll give you a guess. Jerome Powell. Jerome Powell. All right, I'm delaying looking at the comments because they're going to set me off, I guess. I'll look. I'm not avoiding it for much longer. Just avoiding it a little bit. Just avoiding it a little bit. All right, let's see. Finally, James Rickards has written an article. Ugh, what a topic. On the brink, India versus Pakistan. Oh, gosh. Are we on the brink of an existential war? This is by Jim Rickards. Existential war between two nuclear armed powers. I don't refer to the United States and China over Taiwan, nor the United States and Russia over Ukraine. I'm referring to India and Pakistan. That's the most dangerous corner of the world today. And the answer to this existential question is yes. The immediate cause of the new war between India and Pakistan. By the way, we have plasma coming out of the sun, heading to the earth. It could hit us this week. That will be dramatic. I hope it doesn't hit us. The immediate cause of the new war between India and Pakistan, involving the disputed regions of Jammu and Kashmir, has been widely reported. I don't want to read all this. I think it's let's go to the summary. Well, with the trade and tariff wars in full swing, the last thing the world needs is a shooting war between two nuclear-armed powers. Still, that's where we are. The best hope is that a ceasefire will hold and steps can be taken to mitigate terrorist attacks, if not the entire Kashmiri territorial dispute. Make it a neutral zone. Better yet, move all the Palestinians to Kashmiri. Even better, move all the Israelis there. No, I'm just kidding. I shouldn't joke. But Pakistan's politics are perennially unstable, and India's ruling party has staked out a nationalist pro-Hindu platform. Those realities make compromise more difficult. While Trump is trying to unwind conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East and avoid new ones, this may be one conflict where U.S. mediation and leverage are required. Meanwhile, investors would be prudent, not going to do it, wouldn't be prudent. Investors would be prudent if they reduce their exposure to risky assets like stocks and increase their allocation to safer assets, including treasury notes, cash, and gold. All right, I'll read some of this. Yeah, I do listen to Catherine Austin Fitts, and she, Mitchell, she has found, I'm trying to remember the number, 17 or 27. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Trillions of dollars that have gone toward building out underground facilities for the rich and the important. I read a study on that, by the way, that if there's a book by Graham Hancock called I think it's Fingerprints of the Gods was his first one, and I think his penultimate book, I think, is called Magicians of the Gods, I think. Anyway, it's a long book. I read it a few years ago, so he might have written more than just one since then. But he calls, it's frightening as hell. When I read his last chapters, I literally couldn't. I walked around in a just a state of numb fear because apparently approximately, I'm going to get this wrong, but I think it's every 3,120 years. It might be every 12,000 years. Doesn't matter. Whatever the cycle is. I'll get that book I don't have here. I'll get another copy of it. These asteroids circle back in across, they go behind the sun and they cross with the Earth. And I think it might be, I don't know which one of those cycles, but he believes that the last time it came through, these comets, these asteroids hit the Canadian ice caps and then the European ice caps, and it caused flooding basically instantaneously in geologic times, and it destroyed whatever civilization existed before the flood. The seas rose 400 feet or 400 meters in just a matter of weeks, months, and we have the world as it is today. He also thinks that maybe one of those, that rock or whatever it was that landed in Saudi Arabia that's inside Mecca might be from that. I'm not trying to be disreligious at all, but anyway, he mentioned that. But this cycles, and I read that book about 4 years ago, and starting in to my memory 2021, it was coming back. Now he can't be exact, but these asteroids would cross the Earth's path, the moon's path, to my memory, May and June and October and November, something like that. So we're just sitting ducks for this to happen again, and we're not ready. It just, I trust his analysis, and it got me really afeared. But anyway, Catherine Austin Fitts said that the United States is building these underground, and that's not the first time I've heard about it. They're huge, and they've got pizza stores and shopping malls and air conditioning. They got everything. But anyway, when I studied that a little bit more, I don't think being underground is going to save people from that destruction. I don't think it's possible, but yeah. Do you know Graham? Jimbo, you know Graham? There's a young guy who I started listening to last night, and then I fell asleep, so I don't remember his name. But he looks to be in his 30s. He could be in his 40s. And he's discussed some of the same things. I'm bravo, because Graham is probably 70-something. But Graham Hancock is incredible. And a lot of what he talks about, other people talk about, as you know, if you follow it, and they write books, but there's nobody that presents it better and with better thoughts than Graham Hancock. And one thing that's kind of neat about him, he doesn't think you have to believe that the civilization before the flood, apparently, I learned this from one of my college roommates. He was an archaeologist. And he said one time when we were having a drink, we might have been, I think it was when we were going through Europe on one of those Europass visits. He pointed out that every culture has a flood myth. And he said myth, but of course, I'm not sure it's a myth. But anyway, I really like Graham Hancock. Not personally, okay. Yeah, I'd love to go see a lecture by him. Good Day for Finger, FMCA, yeah. Hey, Donna. How can you tell if the offering is a good or bad one? Does it really matter? Basically, any offering which is given to NASDAQ and OTC companies, penny stocks or low price stocks, anything under $5, Drew, is a bad deal if it's given by Wall Street. Why? Because there's no buyers for those shares. There's our group of people, and I give credit to Lou for that, building up a core group, or to Ham or to others. But we're not Wall Street. We're not an investment bank. So anything under $5, if Wall Street raises money, it's highly suspect. The number one way to know if it's a bad deal is if it's given in tranches. It has backward-looking formulae. They don't do that anymore because they've come up with this trick called at the money or at the market. And a JP Morgan will do that for a big company. I don't know, pick one, Apple or Tesla. And the spread will be very narrow and they can handle it. But down in these shares, they can't handle it. And it's just an excuse. All they're trying to do is create something to give to the prime broker and the attorneys that allows them to check the box to, okay, we'll allow you to sell shares that don't exist. We'll lend you stock. So I would say, Drew, any offering by Wall Street to a company selling under $5 is a bad deal. There are no good deals that Wall Street does. I haven't seen any. There are transactions done privately or offshore, perhaps, but there are no good financings on Wall Street for companies under $5 who need capital. There aren't any. That's a good price. That's a good price. There's a time when I remember AMC was the play. That's beautiful, Aaron. That's great. Bravo. You paid off your student loans? That's exactly what you should do. You changed your life. I don't know how to call into him. Let me call him right now and see if he wants me on that. He may not want me on the call. He didn't pick up. He may not want me on the call. That's great. I agree with Lion. If you get a margin call, he's exactly right. And that could happen. I think Finger did have a good trading day today. I don't want to imply it didn't. And I don't want to distract you from Finger either. I just had several people ask me about the others today. But Finger, Alan, Finger does look strong. What's the earning dates of Finger? Well, Morgan Stanley says May 28th, but it's an estimate. After market, May 28th, estimated. Let me see what day that is. That's a Wednesday. So I'll give you my opinion. I don't think the earnings are going to be thrilling. So I bet they put them out on Friday the 30th. That's my estimate. GME and AMC up 11. That's good. Thank you, Augustine. I feel like I have a responsibility to people who are in some of the stocks that I did not promote. Is this the MAMGA? Yeah, it's the bad MAMGA. It's the bad MAMGA JAMGA. It's the bad MAMGA JAMGA. Eon says it's not advice, it's promotion. All right, Eon. I just see you later. All right, that's all unfortunately, when I went over and got I lost all the other comments. So you've seen the comments. I'm not avoiding comments. I just haven't seen, I can't see them. So that's actually good for me because I can't get upset at something I can't read. All right, let me see what Ham says. Hello? Yeah, I'm just checking. Do you want me on that call or you don't? I don't have to be on it. All right. All right, it's on space. Oh, your conference number. Okay. All right, I'll look up your conference number. They hit it again. Yeah, I saw that. Well, the volume was really good in Finger today, and you know, it's starting to look like you can't keep a good man down. They knocked it down from 430 down to 4, whatever it was. Well, I mean, they had to get it sold. Why do they sell? Why is it going down? Because they're selling hundreds of thousands of shares at market at the close that don't exist, and nobody cares. That's complete fraud. Yeah. All right. Well, good luck on the call. What, your number? You don't know your own number? All right, I will. All right. All right, so for Ham's call, Ham's doing something with this guy that wants, he's got a bunch of followers, and I think he wants you to sign up for his, he's a wealth advisor, and this is how he gets clients. If you want to go over there and join his mailing list, feel free. You just dial into Ham's number. I'll give it to you. I got to find it. I'm not going to listen. I don't have time for it. Sorry I missed all the comments, but in a way I'm glad it's over. In another way, it tears me inside out. All right, so Ham's number is 425-436-6326. 425-436-6326. And the code is 376-6434. The code is 376-6434. 7 o'clock, 15 minutes. You can go listen to this wealth advisor talk with a dulcet tone and try to get your business. I'm not going to turn into it. I don't. Maybe I should. I can do it. If more than just you want me to, Aaron, I'll do it. It doesn't excite me, as you can tell, but I can do it. I can do it. I just don't need to hear a wealth advisor's pitch. I don't need to hear it. All right, Aaron, I'll tune in. You convinced me. As much as I don't want to do it, I'll do it for you. For you. In a way, I'm glad it's over. In another way, it turns me inside out. All right, I didn't read any of that book. In a way, I'm glad it's over. In another way, it turns me inside out. Well, we'll listen to it for a little while. If it turns quite repetitive, we'll turn it off, but it might be interesting. Certainly more interesting than listening to me. I want to get you guys, I hope Finger is strong, and if it does start existing above $5 forever, you'll have some margin there. You'll be able to I wouldn't max out on margin, but you might be able to do trades against margin without selling Finger. It depends if you have enough shares. Margin I don't like, but on the margin can be good. I'd like to see, there's a lot in the news going on, and I don't think we've begun to cover it. Wow. Supreme Court allows Trump to fire labor board members. 6-3. So do you think Comey Barrett is one of the three? Let's see how the vote went. Doesn't say. Oh, the three judges, I know. Doesn't say the vote. Here it is. Kagan, Sotomayor, and Jackson dissented, of course. Kagan, Sotomayor, and Jackson dissented. Well, all right. Two female Secret Service agents get into a physical fight outside Obama's DC residence. I used to walk Lucky by there, and then they blocked it off, and we could only turn around. But before they had the Secret Service there, that was our loop that we would do 3-4 times a week. He loved it. Let me see if this was in, there's a hearing about, I don't like this. I'm not going to read it because it's not out of the hearing, so it's too dangerous. Here's the hearing. The you know, the that everybody had to uh, the narrative is collapsing, and it's in Congress. But I got to be careful reading that. It's still, you know, this country of freedom of the press and freedom of speech. Oh, famous drummer killed on a jet. I don't know who he is. Danielle Williams. I don't know. That's too bad. Wow. RFK. All right, we're just waiting for Ham's call then. Let's go and see if I can find something I would have read to you yesterday. That's interesting. Catherine Austin Fitts is discussing food security, and she urges private investors to begin financing and building relationships with their nearest farmers and ranchers. That's good advice. This is important. This is from Gold Fix, and it's not a very long because it's an interview, but they just summarize it. China sets gold and silver prices. After dipping to below 3,100 last week, gold has mounted a sharp rebound. As of Tuesday evening, it was trading back to 3,300, reclaiming the same level where it ended in April. China is now back on the bid. Specifically, renewed onshore buying during the Chinese night session in Shanghai has reignited U.S. demand. Open interest has jumped, up 3% for gold and 4% for silver, driven by the exchange differential spread narrowing towards the Shanghai price. So prices are being set in Shanghai. Three important things stand out in our reading of this analysis. One, they point out COMEX lack of volumes, implying China controls global price even more. COMEX death watch. Wow. Two, China ETF buying has been massive, but their pukes / liquidations have been less so, cyclically speaking. Why? They don't have the answer. And then three, the SFE / COMEX premium spread I think SFE is Shanghai's future exchange. Premium spread this time has remained sticky, despite a tendency to historically to disappear post gold allocations. Unless this changes, the price trend will continue higher. All right, 4 minutes. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. The bears. The bears. The everything bubble is bursting in Japan. As we keep warning, a debt crisis is coming. It is coming. I don't know. There's some thoughts on that it's going to, well, keep on top of it. The first round appears to be striking Japan. I think it's more that they're not doing the carry trade anymore. The first round, but I don't know that for a fact. That would be my theory to look up. The first round appears to be striking Japan, which is the grandfather of monetary insanity. Japan first introduced ZIRP, zero interest rate policy, and large-scale quantitative easing a decade before the Fed or other major central banks. As a result of Japan's near nonstop interventions for 25 plus years, Japan's debt to GDP is over 200%, and the central bank's balance sheet is equal to 90% of the country's GDP. That's where we're headed. As I noted yesterday, Japan finally appears to be losing control of its debt markets, and that can happen here too. Yields on the all-important 10-year Japanese government bonds are exploding higher at a time when the country needs to service a truly gargantuan amount of debt. Simultaneously, investors are beginning to shun the long end of Japan's bond market, with the country experiencing its worst bond auction since 1987. Japan is not the only country who will soon find itself facing a debt crisis. The United States is on its way as well. All right, let me dial this number for you ham addicts, a bunch of ham addicts. That's what you are. 425 436 6326. Dial.
Welcome, and thank you for choosing freeconferencecall.com.
You're
You're
welcome.
helping people around the world communicate for free.
All
Please
right.
enter your access code followed by the pound or hash sign.
All right.
Muted. Second.
Okay. Here you go for your listening pleasure.
All right, everyone, I got Kevin Malone, and thank you very much, Kevin. I apologize I wasn't able to do it the way you wanted to, but my guys were not around today. I tried to get it done. I just couldn't. But let me just start out with, let me just correct what you posted about me. I was an institutional firm, and I executed orders for big short sellers. I was not the short seller. I was the broker in the middle of the transaction. But I was an expert on shorting to get higher prices for my short sellers. For example, if they gave me 2 million shares to sell with a $70 low, I would work that up higher and hopefully get a $76 average on the 2 million shares. And this way, when the company's fundamentals didn't pan out, they would make more money starting from 76 down. In today's world, if they gave me 2 million shares to sell, they just sell it down to 60. They don't even care anymore. So that's the difference between 30 years ago and today, where we were paid to hopefully get higher prices because we could tell how a stock was trading. Today's world is just bash it out. They couldn't care less. And I just wanted to bring something to your attention before we move forward. First of all, we have a massive audience tonight. Over 25 minutes ago, we had over 900 people waiting here. I'm sure it's 2,000 to 3,000 by now. But people want to know more about yourself, which is great, which I do also. But I just wanted to let you know that I posted about the stock finger motion. And for the last 3 days, if anybody can go to Twitter, I showed the last 4 minutes or 5 minutes of each day. And you can see them selling. Today they sold 200,000 at the market. Yes, look, at the market to take the stock down from 430 down to 4, whatever it closed at, 415. They just need to save pennies. This is like insane. This is 3 days in a row. I printed out the charts. It's very easy to see where the stock is just going sideways, and all you see is these red bars driving it down. The manipulation is in a 3-minute period. You don't need to look at days and months and years of manipulation. This is 3 to 5 minutes. You can see the whole thing. And I actually could see the volume and you can see the price decline all at the same time. The last 3 days in a row. And what that tells me, Kevin, is someone is in a desperate mode here. They need to hold this down at all costs. Anyway, Kevin, I just get going. But again, my background, I was an institutional broker. I covered all the names that everyone here knows on TV. I know them all. I did it for a long time. And you said 25 years. I've been doing this for 40 years. I wish it was 25. 25 is the years I spent fighting these criminals. I uncovered this fraud in 2000, and I've been fighting it for 25 years. In 2020, I did a full report on GameStop. I did not talk about their fundamentals like Roaring Kitty. I was talking about the naked shorts in the stock, and I posted the information on it. Very easy to read. February 2020 at 3 3/4. I'm not here to toot my horn, but I want people to know that I'm not a jerk. This is bucked into this stuff. I've been doing it for 25 years. Kevin, take it away because I could talk all day. So please tell us a little bit about yourself and what you got going on.
Absolutely. Pleasure to have us on a joint show there, Ham. I had no idea, when we talked on the phone yesterday that you've been in the industry for 40 years. Man, you sounded like you're the same age as me. So
yeah, I started at 12.
And then, you're working for all these companies, flipping to not necessarily work against them, but to your advantage and knowledge, profit off of knowing how they work. And you got to see the whole transition of short selling, which have been there for a very long time, to, I would say, naked short selling, and market maker exception came around pretty much the exact same time. Right. Because there was naked short selling, like if you sold, you could sell or short a stock with inside information before you found a borrow back in the day. But now market maker can sell 1 million shares 5 minutes before the close of anything they feel like. And they have 35 days to go locate that with their market maker rules. And if they don't, they get a FTD, a failure to deliver. And you know what the consequence is for that? Nothing. Shame on you. Like, what? As far as I go, I've been a registered investment advisor under my own company here for 5 years. Was with Edwin Jones for 5 years. And then I'm a second generation. My father was an advisor my whole life. My brother owns his own RIA as well. Pretty much grew up in the business of finance since the day I was born. And I found my personal niche in consuming ungodly amounts of data and research, because that's just what hits that dopamine in my brain. I played sports my whole life. I would have to blow out my brains if I watch 10 hours of sports straight. It just doesn't do it for me compared to watching numbers, finding abnormalities out there, locating trends, charts, patterns. That's just exactly what does it for my brain. And what really got me going from, you know, a little Edward Jones advisor to a top 10 holder of GameStop in my Edward Jones office in 2020 at around $6 a share. And I just saw everything Keith and I were posting about, and we couldn't get the rest of the world to notice. And, you know, it was mind-blowing that people weren't seeing this. I was looking back at old screenshots today from my 2020 days on just Wall Street bets, people, you know, calling me a retard and stuff when I was saying if you exercise calls, whoever sold those to you, or if they weren't a market maker, had to go out and find those, locate them, and everyone's like, this guy has no idea how the market works, right? And then the stock went up 5,000% in the next 4 weeks. I was like, damn. But since then, January 2021, after, I can't tell that story yet. It's going to be a documentary. Decided to start my own firm. Instead of pushing things that other people want to, I wanted to use my knowledge to either grow or protect my assets into different investments. Exactly when January 21 GameStop sneeze was happening, and so I took my knowledge and clients from Edward Jones, started my own company, and then from there they shut off the buy button in January 21, and my whole entire life since I was born learning about finance and stocks from my dad, and this is how you create generational wealth, except for if you start or run your own businesses or inherit. The third option is investing in the stock market, and finding out that all of that was completely fake and that nobody would go to prison for whatever they wanted to do if they lost, or if they all lost the same exact time, which we saw in 2021. And so, I went from trying to grow people's wealth from the day I started to protecting it. And so, over the last couple of years, been a huge advocate for the corruption, the value plays in GameStop, and then most recently became advisor to the board of directors at Quantum Pharmaceutical. Nice guy. And the CEO reached out to me. Never talked to him before. Said he had seen some things or been sent some things about me calling out market corruption, naked short, manipulation of the company. Came on my show after I talked for about 15 seconds. I said, okay, I want to hear this all live in front of an audience because it already sounds incredible for Quantum since they IPO'd to where they're at, from $1 billion company to that day a $10 million company. And look at the charts, look at the data, look at the cycles of randomly 80 to 500 times average volume in one single day. And I was like, it was right there, like writing on the wall. I said, yeah, we got this. Well, I have to tell you that if you think his story's crazy, let me give you my story. All right, and I'll take a step back from you right now. I started in 2000. I was the CEO of a public company. I caught the naked short seller and had him arrested by the FBI. We chased him down and we got him. All right, the SEC did nothing to help my company. All right, so zero. So I lost everything. I had to fire 60 people. I had a real company. I won't discuss what it is, but I did everything that everyone is trying to do. I've done. Wes Christian was a real estate lawyer when I went down to see John O'Quinn. I taught the guys in Texas all about naked short selling. Wes is the leader now because everybody in front of him died. John O'Quinn died in a car accident. Tom Pirtle was my lead attorney. He passed away from cancer. And
and Laramack was the other, was Quinn, Laramack, and Pirtle. He retired. Wes took over. He's been educated by the best, and I hope that these guys understand what Wes is about. Great guy, and I think he'll get your job done. But the one thing Wes is into is settlements. I'm not here for settlements. I'm here to fight the battle and take the money back from the shorts. I'm here for the short squeeze. It's the biggest play in the world, a short squeeze. GameStop proved that from nothing to making billions of dollars by squeezing a short. We're not here for that. We're here to squeeze the shorts, bust them out, and send them to jail. That's the way to do it, all right? I know the whole game. I've done dividends. I'm an expert on it. I paid the best law firm on the street, Morgan Lewis Bockius, to design all this stuff many years ago. So all these companies that are doing something, for example, the gentleman at QNTN, they need to give out a special dividend. They need to give out the proceeds, a percentage of the proceeds of the lawsuit. It's $700 million. Let's say he gives 40% of it. $280 million is the most that anybody would ever get from that lawsuit. He would spin that out, give everyone a bearer bond. So if the lawsuit hits, accordingly to whatever the percentage of shares they own, they would get a payout. So think about that. How is a short seller going to deliver a bearer bond to an investor? It's impossible. And that number could be anywhere up to 40% of $700 million, $280 million. I don't know how many shares he has, but if you divide it up, that's what these short sellers can owe in a special dividend. And they can't deliver it anyway. So if you don't get your bearer bond or your coupon, you're not a shareholder or record. So that's a perfect example for that gentleman to do on a dividend, would be a dividend based off the potential of that lawsuit. It doesn't have to win. Give it out now before it gets to court. Because the short has to deliver it now. You have to rectify the distribution now. You can lose the lawsuit in 2 years. No one cares. Because you'll squeeze them now because they cannot deliver what I just described to you. Those are the types of things that we do. All right? For example, I went to do Abu Dhabi, and I wanted to open an exchange in Abu Dhabi. And they asked me for a report on a stock. And out of 10,000 names, I did GameStop. I did a full report on it, gave it to the Abu Dhabi Global Markets, which is their SEC. I worked on it for 2 years. The problem with the Middle East is that the people that work there are not from that country, and they always turn over very quickly. So I kept stalling, and I didn't have the money to continue. I wanted to open an exchange there, have companies in the U.S. delist in the U.S., relist in the Middle East. When you delist, the only shares that they would take into the new exchange would be physical shares. So for physical shares, for example, there's 60 million shares total. There's 260 million shares naked. The most they would accept is 60 million shares. That's the whole company. All right, so we would have missing over 200 million shares of stock. Those would have to be bought in the U.S. You would get the squeeze here, and then eventually they all move over to the new exchange. That was my plan. I spoke with the government of Saudi Arabia, the head regulator there, and she told me point blank, everyone knows the U.S. is all fraud. Everyone knows. So for Hester Pierce to come out the other day and tell everybody that the market is the best market in the world, that woman is a crackhead. I don't care what you say. She's a lying fool. All right? So again, we're fighting people that are protecting the big boys. So Kevin, you have to put your big boy pants on here. I know you're doing asset management. You're running money for people. It's a tough game. You have to protect your clients. I'm with you 100%. But this is the wild, wild west. So again, I speak to my people as though we're charging up the hill and we can't stop. We have to go get them, and that's what we're doing. So I just want you to understand. I've been doing this for 25 years. Not 5 weeks, not 10 weeks, not 2 years. 25 years. I got more battle scars on me than anyone. All right? Pat Byrne, I helped assist him in 2006. I've had protests in Times Square in 2005. I've done everything you could possibly do. We were right outside the NASDAQ with signs. I put a photo up on Twitter all the time with my friend who's a federal officer, I went to Morgenthal's office. It was the New York Attorney General back in the day, and they looked into investigation, and the SEC shut them down. That was in New York, because they said they were robbing people from New York. We tried everything, every direction, everywhere. The SEC is 100% covering up on this mess for everybody. Not even a question.
Yep. In my opinion, I've been asked a lot of times, and I asked Patrick Byrne when I had him on the show a couple of months ago. Oh, my hairs are standing up because of this question. And I said, is there a way to fix it without breaking the system with how big it's gotten? Or I asked him, can you think of a way to fix the corrupt system in the United States without completely breaking it? Because I had not been able to figure one out in my head.
I have one.
30 minutes, an hour per day, and I had to try and work on that situation, and he said, I can't think of a single way without it breaking.
Well, I have the best way to do it. I have the best way to do it. Number one, they need to get the money back into the U.S. All the offshore funds that have this money, they need to get whatever they can get back into the U.S. So my game plan is to get to the Department of Justice. We want them to announce that if you're caught naked fund selling, you will go to jail as a counterfeiter. A counterfeiter gets a mandatory of 10 years. There's no lawyers. You can't negotiate. It's mandatory. Anyone that helps with the crime, whether it's a back office, whether it's a prime broker, someone hiding the crime will go to jail with you. It's like a bank robbery. If you're the getaway driver, you go to jail also. They could put that blanket statement out, and trust me, you'll see the markets rally. You'll see the short sellers start to cover, and that money will come back into the system, because very few are going to play loosey-goosey for going to jail for 10 years. Once that statement's made. Now, the Department of Justice doesn't have to have someone with their bullseye on someone right out of the gate, but sending a message like that will change it and end it immediately. And I don't care what rules are in place, because when there's a fail to deliver, if they check and it leads back to somebody who's playing the game, whether it's a market maker exemption, they're not covering, they go to jail. It's very easy.
But they don't change the laws that they've given
The
them.
laws are on the books already. You got the laws are on the books already. No one's enforcing these rules.
No,
If
there's
you go
no
back
laws
to-
on market makers. They have their exceptions.
Yeah, but they can't stay short forever. You understand? You can't keep creating fails to deliver forever. That's where the problem lies. No one's checking. Listen, if I go to buy 100,000 IBM and there's a market maker there and he plugged it, okay, I got it. You got 8. You got to cover it back. You don't have 10 years to leave it open for 10 years. Do you understand? They need to close out those transactions. That's what they're not doing. These guys are initiating positions, and they just don't come. No one's calling them in on it. You can't be market maker. I can show you an article from 2006 of NASDAQ VP Tom Gera. I put it up. They were concerned. Hedge funds were all signing up to be market makers. Go into the box, and all they do is sell. That's from 2006 in writing, his statement. We have that. So we all know what it is, but no one's enforcing the settlement. That's the problem.
Right.
Settlement is the problem.
You have to report it. That's the consequence that you have to file something.
Right. There's nothing.
Okay.
The whole thing is just a big black box. There's no one enforcing. For example, if I work at Merrill Lynch, you're my cousin working at Goldman. I call you up and I'll say, hey, Kevin, I got to buy you in on $1 million a finger. He goes, well, if you buy me in on that, I got to buy you in on GameStop. And they both say, hey, you know what? We're cousins. Don't worry about it. That's the end of the conversation. That's how it works. You don't buy me in, I don't buy you in. That's how it works. And the same family members, there was a famous family guy named Paul Berry. He got arrested and he worked at Smith Barney. He was a stock loan guy. And he got arrested at Smith Barney for committing fraud. I forget how many years he went to jail. But that's the family. Now, He was at Stony, his cousins were at Merrill, the other cousin was at Morgan, and it's a family business. We have no idea, no one on the phone has no idea how closely knit that back office is on the street. Because when I have a cousin, I get him a job, you go there, and I tell you what to do, and the one guy is controlling the whole thing. That's how it works. Yeah, that's how Wall Street works.
Yep. Did you see my post on Merrill and this week
That's what I live for.
and their language of prohibiting the bias of quantum?
No, I think that.
Because they knew they couldn't find them, and market makers weren't creating the liquidity in there. They're like, yeah, we don't want this liability to go find this.
Well, that's what happened to Finger Motion with Fidelity. Finger Motion got the same thing with Fidelity and Vanguard. Where they come in, you have to call in your order. They won't let you do it electronic. Think about that for a second, Kevin. Wall Street's been nothing about speed. All of a sudden, we're going backwards. Pull in, slow it down. Think about what they're telling us, Fidelity. Fidelity is so screwed because they know they're a big retail firm. Finger Motion is a retail stock. So this is how it works, Kevin, when you do a dividend, for example. Fidelity can hit a button and in 30 seconds know exactly how many shares they are long of FNGR, right? They call the depository trust up and say, hey, we own 50 million shares of Finger Motion to our retail investors. Yep. How many physical shares do you have for us at the depository trust? Oh, we have 1 million. That means they're short 49 million. Well, they have 49 fails to deliver. When they figured that out, 2 weeks ago, I think it was, 3 weeks ago, Fidelity came out and won't let anyone buy the stock unless you call it in. And when you call it in, the representatives will do everything possible to talk you out of buying the stock. Where did you ever hear that go on? I never heard that before. That's exactly what happened with Robinhood. Only Robinhood did it quicker. They just shut it down immediately.
They have one phone number with nobody that works there.
Right.
It was genius of them. There's like an answering machine on like a VHS feed.
Right.
It's like computer care. It has the 3 grandmas in the fax machine that work there, and they're the quote trust agent for like a quarter of the world.
But it's so funny you say computer care. I had an attorney tell one of my friends who's a shareholder a story about computer care going back in time.
My hair's standing up. I can't wait to hear that.
We issued a special dividend. Computershare got a call from the SEC and told them not to handle our dividend. Computershare called us up and said, guys, we know you're doing everything right, but the people in Washington know what you're doing. We can't handle your dividend. That's how much they knew. That's how much I broke their balls back in 2000. They knew. We knew what was going on. And everything I was trying to do, we were running across depository trust, the SEC calling our back office people to stop us from doing everything. That didn't stop us. We just kept going. But I was just trying to show you how brutal these people were, lying fools they were. And the depository trust, then I put up press releases from 2000, I think it's 2003, where the DTC is lying. I put up their press releases because I went after the DTC. Everything that you think about, I've done tenfold already. I went after the DTC. I actually caught a DTC official under oath in a courtroom and got him to admit that naked short selling is prevalent. He couldn't speak about it anymore. He stopped talking and told everyone he needed an attorney because he couldn't speak anymore. That's how much I got him. And Pat Burry knows about that. I was with him and other people at the time. So this is crazy stuff. We're at the finish line. I think we're going to break them in Finger Motion. I hope the guy in Quantum wins his lawsuit for $700 million, but I would advise him to do a special dividend if you are on the board. Look into it. The proceeds of that lawsuit, give 50% of it away to the shareholders. That will get shareholders to buy more stock number one. Because if you get 50% of 700 million, it's $350 million. Divided by how many shares he has, which I don't know. And that could be a nice payout to own for a $12 or $13 stock, right? Think about that. And it will definitely fuck up the street, excuse my French.
I agree. We've been in the GameStop community researching this crime and what I love to call kill shots to short. And I can say the word kill shots on my show. I can post the word kill shot on my egg, but I can't tell anyone about my kill shot with short.
Are you a racquetball player? That's a racquetball term.
It's going to be a lifelong. Everyone knows the term.
Right. Well, I'm just saying that's a reason to call it a kill shot. But
yeah,
I
the special dividends too.
But I'm just saying that you need to do all the. Listen, think outside of the box. These are life-changing trades. The government, I believe, is going to go after these characters. I think Trump is going to do something. We're putting pressure on the alphabet police, whatever one you want to call. I've been to the Secret Service. I spoke with them. I spoke with the DOJ. I met with the FIG. You name it, I've done it. Okay? They all know. I spoke with the CEO of Rumble. I spoke with him. He's getting naked shorted. My friends are selling Devin Nunes the information on naked shorts. He knows about it. I have many people on the street. Kevin, I want to teach you one thing. And this is what I base my pick on GameStop on. And this is something the SEC has no idea about. If you go to Yahoo and you just hit up the quote, and you look on the left side, and you can get the institutional holders of the stock. Sure. The percentage of the float owned by institutions, right? I'm not looking at it right now, but if you did it, I think it's 35% of the float is owned by institutions. Reporting institutions, people that report.
Sure.
When I did my report on GameStop, that number was 177% of the float was owned by institutions that report. That leaves out hedge funds that do not report, and that leaves out the retail, which we don't report. So that number, I calculated, was up to about 250% of the float, okay, was owned. So it's 250% of 100%. So it was impossible to look at and say, okay, this doesn't make any sense.
Was this in 2020?
It was in 2020. I did the report in 2020 in February. Now, if you go back and look today, it's 35%. That means when the stock went to 500, all those institutions sold. And the number's back down to 35%. If I see that number start rising towards 40 to 50% again, then I would tell you to buy GameStop, because I think it's going to happen again, because the trust is getting back into it. Finger motion, we are doing it as backwards. We have been accumulating it as retail. Now we're bringing in the hedge funds. So by doing it with retail, we baited the naked shorts into selling and selling and selling. All these 260 million shares that I talk about are all short below $4. In GameStop, their naked short, okay, or their short position at the time, their average price was, I think it was $17 to $20. So it's really, this is going way back, yeah.
Yeah, I remember
because the stock was way higher. The stock was higher than that, right?
Yeah, the most massive amount was down to 12. It was like the 18 to 12,
right?
As far as the number went, and then they just sat on it, thinking,
right?
It had.
Then we're going to put it out. That's, yeah. So the difference between a finger motion and GameStop, I'm just trying to show you the difference. GameStop, the shorts are in the black, down to 3 3/4, right? Finger motion right now, we have the shorts in the red, and it's only up 50 cents higher than where their average is. So let's say their average is 3.75. We're at 4 1/4. We're 50 cents above it, and it hasn't even begun yet. GameStop had to get over that number to get the full squeeze going on. we are over that number already. It's very different, but I always point that out, that the number in GameStop was higher. Don't get me wrong, the squeeze had started at the low, but had to go break through where all the average price on the shorts was higher. All of those big boys were pushing it down. Right, they were pushing it down, and then they were sitting on it. I always call it like back in New England when they put the stones and then crush the witches. That's what they were trying to do. That's what they do with stocks. They just keep
Bring
piling
out
the
your
rocks
bill.
on you. And that's what they would do in the GameStop at 3 3/4. That's what they do the finger motion. I'm sure they did it to AMC. Now, I don't know if you're into AMC, but I had friends in the Skybox with the CEO. We tried to help him out. He didn't give a shit. And I told people, get away from this guy.
Everyone listening? Yeah, I've been talking shit about Adam Aaron for years.
I put a photo up with my friend in the Kansas City the football game in his private box. We asked him point blank, and he said no. Point blank. That's what the picture of. That was years ago, a couple of years ago.
Wow.
And I told people, stay away from this guy. He doesn't give a shit. CEOs that don't understand it, be careful of.
I posted that Adam Aaron's made more money than AMC has in the last 10 years.
I don't pay attention to him. I didn't even know about AMC. I never really followed it. I was following GameStop back in the day. I didn't even know about KOSS. How did those three names come together? I don't know.
They were at a basket, the retail basket, to go bankrupt for some
Is that what it was? I didn't know what that combination was. I'm like, what is KOSS? I never even heard of it. They make a stupid headphone or some nonsense.
Yeah,
But I never heard of it.
I think total 19 stocks of January 2021 that did multiple 100% gains, where everyone on the Reddit communities, including myself, did the deep dives into the institutional holdings, found the swaps, found the baskets, and it wasn't. It's never a terrible move as far as a money manager to go to short or just not buy brick and mortar when the world is continuously moving to I don't want to drive here and buy this type of thing. So they had a great idea for years on, pumping Amazon, shorting everyone else, so that once every company goes bankrupt, like Bed Bath & Beyond, Amazon swoops in, buys every single towel for 1 penny on the dollar, and creates what they call their own stupid brand, Amazon Choice or whatever, and it was just working perfectly until a million retarded Reddit users like myself all hit the buy button at the same time.
Right.
And then it blew up everything. And my opinion on that entire basket was that between its basket was intact for January 21, AMC and GME went together with a couple of others in June of that same year, and I think AMC's run was farther as a percentage, but since then, the basket, in my opinion, everyone, has been dissolved and separated for liability on their end. There absolutely was a basket. I've seen the basket. I've seen the swaps in there where these were all in there, short companies that are totally going to go bankrupt. Blockbusters 0.00001 shares were still in there. And that's because they don't pay tax or any of these people are forever at 1 million%. One of the biggest reasons why big companies that originally everyone listening shorted stocks is because there's not the tax liability on it. It's not a gain. And so you can make a fat amount of money after tax if you calculate it in, because there is none on shorting going to zero, pay back all these things. So if you have to buy back a short, you'll take that gain in there. If you just let it ride at 1,000% the next 10 years and overstay, you don't have to pay shit.
Well, listen, it's crazy what's going on. But people are sending me things, and I just want to get them off to you so you understand more about what we're about, so you can understand. First of all, we're up to about 2,900 people on this call. All right, so I had someone monitoring it for me. So we went from 900 20 minutes before to 2,900. So Kevin, you've got brought a big audience. The most I think that I had was about 2,500, and that's after promoting it for a week. So I had 2,900. We'll probably be at 10,000 here. But again, so after everyone views it, a gentleman who I know is a broker posted something. I think he worked at Merrill's or Lehman. I can't remember. The borrow rate. First of all, my friends at Merrill Lynch gave all their retail clients this number tonight. So we got about 200 people of clients of Merrill Lynch. There's 3 brokers I know there. They had enough of trying to explain naked shorting, so they gave out our number. And I'd like to thank all those guys out at Merrill in New York for giving us our number tonight to the conference call to listen to you and to listen to what we say about naked short selling. Investors want to know what's going on. And even guys at Merrill are not really up to date on all this stuff, but they're all starting to get it now. But I just wanted to give you something on numbers about who we trapped and what we trapped in single motion. We have a bird brain that is short, a real short, someone that is paying the fee to short the stock.
Okay.
And I've been calculating it every move. I'm probably the only person that actually follows the real short on top of the naked short and calculate what he's doing. So after 3 years of following this fool, he's short at probably a price of $1.16. But taking away the cost to carry, he's at $1. That means 3.1 million shares. It's not huge, but 3.1 million shares at $1. The most he can make is 3.1 million. At $4, this fool is down $9 million. On a trade that he can make 3, he's down 9. I know the biggest hedge fund on the street, they would have taken this character and thrown him out of a window. No one does that. You don't risk to make 3 million and lose 9 million out of the gate and still have infinite on the upside. So obviously the real short has ties to the naked short. So it's the same person. But I just want to give you the rates and how bad a beating this is. The cost to borrow right now is 277% at IBKR Interactive Brokers with collateral, blah, blah, blah. Turns out, if you were short just 100,000 shares, you would have to pay about $277,000 a year. If you break it down, that's $23,000 a month. He's short 3,100, so 31 times 23. You're talking $700,000 a month to stay short. In 3 months, 4 months, this 3,100,000 shares will be zero. He won't be able to make a penny. He'll just be paying the fees. That's how deadly this idiot has trapped himself. He thought this stock was going to zero, and this guy is trapped. 3,100,000 shares. Now, I think they've been washing some of it. The naked short has been washing, trying to cover the real short. They're just moving it from one account to the other. But I just wanted to show you how stupid, what imbeciles we're going against. They have no brains. They're using a computer model, just a naked short. But we have a real person trapping them. And when he folds, 3.1 million to buy at the market. Okay. And if the naked short seller stops plugging people here, this stock will be $15 in a block on the 3.1 million. And the reason, Kevin, is that I've been educating the people in single motion 4 times a day. I have conference calls. Everything that happens, we bring them up to speed. And the most important thing that your viewers and yourself need to know is education about every little twist that you see. Jot it down. Memorize it. Teach people. This is the way you're going to beat them. All right? You can beat them. You just have to be smart about what you're doing. Don't overlook things. Have your audience reach back to you and give you information. I forget things a lot too. And that gentleman just gave me the numbers on the math on lending on stock loan, which is fantastic. I just broke it down a little bit more so people understand how deadly, because I've been speaking about this for about a year now. This guy is a fool, and he's risking everything. And if you look at it, the short seller in Volkswagen was the 9th richest man in the world. He had $9 billion. He was short Volkswagen. He lost it all and jumped in front of a train. So these guys make mistakes. And when they get caught, just like in GameStop, people lost a ton of money. You don't even realize how many small hedge funds went out of business, how many people were bust on that rise up. Not everybody was a winner. Trust me, there's a lot of losers on the short side. A lot of people got carried out. But I just want you to understand that we're big on education. Okay, we want people to understand everything about it. And again, I can't chase every stock around because we're not fidelity management. I don't have $1 billion to play with. So we're smart, and we teach, and we move on, and that's how we work. And it sounds to me like you do the same thing. So I applaud what you're doing.
Love it, man. I love that. You know, on our intro call meeting each other yesterday, we didn't dive into what both of us had been doing, but like you just spoke out. I'm sure everyone listened. We have 200 people in the space call right now, but you were just literally speaking word for word of what I do every single day, and I was going to talk about how cute that 250% borrow rate was compared to Quantum's 350% average over the last 12 months. It's insane. It's so crazy what they do. Average. Right. And I was like, when I saw it, you know, after the CEO contacted me, I'm digging into all these things, borrow rates, options, max paying, all these things. And I'm looking at the rate chart, like thinking my IBK or trade desk is screwing up. And it's literally like a flat line or a little zigzag between 250 and 500% daily or annually, but or annual rate, but the daily change. And I'm like, what? Like, because I've seen these all spike on, you know, you see when Keith Gilroy and Kitty came back in June of last year on GME, saw the price go to borrow 0.3% that it was exactly at for 3 years straight on the hardest prime stock in the world. Right. We've got Jim out there to, you know, going to a couple 100%. A week later, back down to 30, 10, and below. When I saw an average rate, when I screenshot the chart, put it in ChatGPT as it was the average of this, and it said 320, I think 6 or 28% for the whole last 12 months. I was like, that's unbelievable. Yeah, and for those listening, when you go off of these annual rates, correct me if I'm wrong too, Ham, the annual rates on shorts are nowhere near what it actually is. It's calculated daily, right? Mark to market on a short and a fee. So when that interest rate goes up, like when everyone gets a mortgage at 3% and they're actually paying 3.6 by the end of the year for the 12 months mixed into there, that 350 is probably damn near. I'm trying to ask ChatGPT right now, but it's having a stroke. It has to be damn near 100% a month if you compounding, if you're recalculating daily, which they do on short. So either it goes to zero in a month or you lose money. I'm like, oh my God. That's exactly what's going to happen. These guys are going to keep grinding themselves. And they're just trying to, I don't even know what they're doing, to tell you the truth, but there's no legitimate trading desk would ever have anybody be upside down so crazy that number is out of control. Someone just posted to me, like, this is what I talk about. Fintel, they have the information for me. Shares outstanding in Finger Motion, FNGR, 57 million. The insiders own 45 million of it, or 78% of it. These guys are short this stock. I have one group that has 40 million. One group has 40 million shares. I've talked about this many times. These guys are so screwed in this state. It's just unbelievable. And I always said to this, Kevin, that if you were smart, you let the stock gap big. Let it go from 4, open it Monday at 12. Sure. No one's going to run and chase the stock from 4 to 12. Okay? It just doesn't happen. If I was to call Stevie Cohen up and say, Steve, I got a great call. Where's the stock? 4. Where's it now? 12. He's going to say, fuck you. I ain't buying it. You fight yourself, you're 4.
That's just how it worked. When I called up hedge funds, and that's why we work fast on a trading desk, when we got a call in something, I pound the phones because I wanted to make sure whether they buy it or not. They knew I told them at 4 or 40, whatever it would be. This is it. I'm not calling you when it's 12. I called you when it was 4. And just to let you know, I pounded the phones on GameStop. I wrote a report. I sent it to everyone, including Michael Burry. I sent it to everyone. Okay? I didn't know Ryan Cohen at the time, but I sent it to everyone else that I knew. And out of the 1,000 people that I pitched, I think 22 people bought it. Most people were afraid of GameStop. They thought it was going to 0. My friends, I had one guy that 800,000 shares. He paid $3.75, $4 for it. He sold it at 9. He was in tears that he made $5 million doing nothing, right? Tears. I couldn't believe it. A week later, he was on his window ready to jump out of a window. Because the thing never stopped going up.
A week later was 14. The following, they had options on it. It went 14 down to 11 again. And then following week, 18 to 20. And our boy Andrew left, hops on. This is going back down. 25 made him start to cover with, dude, how good was the hackers on Andrew that blew up his YouTube that one day? I can picture it like I'm watching a movie right now where I was sitting at my desk and he's on his YouTube channel. Hackers just shut down the whole thing. Right. And the stock goes from 20 to like 35. Right. And that's what happens when these things break. People, I try to tell people, you were in the GameStop. When it breaks, it breaks. There's nothing but. I try to show people when the floodgates open. Imagine having 3.1 million real short trying to cover, 260 million naked short, and the option market maker trying to cover, plus people running with them. Front running, they're covering. That's the running of the bulls, and that's what happened in GameStop. Everyone was running, the shorts selling, and it just kept gapping. And I can't remember the guy's name from San Francisco. Something with it, Shamanu, something like that. He went out. He bought the $250 calls. He was on CNBC bragging about it. And I just wanted to let you know, there's nobody in their right mind. If you heard about this stock at 10, 20, 50, 100, 200, then we buying the 250 calls at $20. Okay, he was a hedge fund. They all got the call that the prime broker was buying in people. The whole street knew about it. Everyone knew that the buy-ins were coming, and that's why these people were standing up telling people that. So they were all front running the short covering. Yeah, the primes tried to cover the shorts before the buy button needed to be removed. They were trying to, get the fucking liability off the sheet because, for everyone listening on both shows, like these hedge funds, brokers, even effing Merrill and Edward Jones, they have way bigger players, like the top 5, that are financing these things on lines of credit you couldn't even imagine. And they were trying to get the fudge out because if a market maker with an infinite liquidity, which are the rules, cannot keep up with buy orders, they saw it happening and they tried to get out at that the 25 to 40. And I remember the 40 resistance dropped down to low 30s before the launch to 90 and 170 in that 2-day gap. And
the one thing, listen, I'm glad you're bringing people down memory row because a lot of people are not involved in GameStop. People finding a short squeeze stock. And I always try to educate people and say, hey, I made mistakes. The highest I sold GameStop was 118. Okay? I bailed out 118. And shame on me. But now I know, hey, as it starts to go, any short squeeze stock, I always advise people, hey, sell a little at a time. If you got $50,000 invested in, get your $50,000 off the table as it goes. So if you own it at 4, You sell 1,000 at 11, 1,000 at 19, 1,000 at 25, and you say, oh my God, I got all my money off, and I got 20,000 shares. I wound up still having 16,000 shares. I still have 16,000 shares, and I can sell it all the way up. You'll get a better average price. I remember, and I'm not going to use their names, the best hedge funds that I know always sold in pieces, averaging in and averaging out. They never just jumped in and bought it. Average in, average out. That's how you have to do it.
Listeners is cracking up right now because we had a couple of trading shows on education and going over. Have you read Disciplined Trader?
No, I did that.
Solid book as far as it doesn't teach you how to trade. It's rules and things to go by in there, but we've always talked about in my financial opinions and not advice to the public. And my quote always is, how much more money can you make if you're 100% out? Zero. Right? It doesn't, like, you'll never, ever, nobody on earth will ever know where that peak is except for Ken Griffin. But you can.
No one's ever going to ring the bell all the time. No one ever rings the bell all the time. That's the jackpot.
Yeah, the goal is to, sell the last 40%, or you have 40% left of your position after, like Ham said, everyone, the free trade, which is your cost basis. You got that, something launching, you bought a stock at 10, it's at 25. It's up to you on what you do, but it's an emotional side. It'll make you a better trader for the rest of it if it's all free, because then there's no loss on the other side to try and claw back. You also, in a certain book, don't buy when it goes below that amount back, but you have the rest of that 40%, you sell 10% at 30, 10% at 40, 10% at 50. What happens at 60? 5%, 1%. You want to have a sell as close to the top as possible, not knowing what it is, and not ever be 100% out. Better
Think how you would feel. Think how you would feel if you sold 100 shares, like $1 off the top of GameStop's all-time high. You be telling that story to your kids, your grandkids, everywhere. And that's what. And the big hedge funds that I worked for, we've always sold like that. And when it kept going, and it looked like it was running out of gas, we were selling our last of our shares, whether it be 20,000 or 10,000. We work it out of $1 million that we did. We would work it out of the whole thing, and then when it ran out of gas, hey, sometimes we got stuck with 2,000 shares and we just sell it down 20.
Exactly. Yep. You had to sell at 200, and then your next sell 30 minutes is at 180, and then you hold shares, and next week it's at $15. You have 5% of your position left in your pocket. You have an absolute yacht in your money market account, your brokerage account. But you at least got damn near the top if you sell 100% out.
Well, Kevin, there's one thing I wanted to let you know about this is that people, it's very hard to find a short squeeze stock. It's not easy. It's not like they stand there. It's like it's an old TV show of old, and so we call it the environment. That's when you least expect it. That's when it comes, right? And I always tell people, hey, if you're here to flip stock, like I'm saying, motion, go someplace else. This is not the stock. To buy it and flip it. I'm not here to move a stock higher for you so you can make a quarter. Go do it someplace else. This is for people that are educated, that when this thing does work, they will get that yacht and retire. But it's important to understand it, that your finances, what you do for your family is most important. Don't ever listen to us. You have to protect your family. Hey, listen, I was in many, many, many stocks. Kevin, I got told by very good people sometimes some stories. And I remember buying 300 calls or something like at $3. I put up 90,000. Before I even got the ticket back, the stock traded down 3 points. My options were worth $25. I paid 300. I mean, I was like 90,000 in minutes. I sat there. I said, "Fuck, I can't call anybody." You never call back when you get a tip on something.
Yeah.
And I watched it grind back up. It got to even. I kissed the ground and I said, "Fuck this! I'm selling it."
And
I broke even.
that's his disciplined trader, him. When it comes back to break even, you have your rules on the sellout.
I always tell people that. I say, listen, breaking even on Wall Street's a good thing. I got out. I was so destroyed that I got killed so fast. I never got murdered that quick. I got out. I said, thank God. I broke even. And the next day went up 20.
Exactly.
But you know what? But that's, that time it worked. Other times it didn't. And I'm going to give you one more story, Kevin. This is a true story, everybody. And we really have a lot of people here tonight. I got a tip on something, but I was told I had to sell it the next day at 10 o'clock in the morning. I had my sister's car. I'm driving to the office. This is before cell phones. I'm driving to the office. A duck flies into my antenna. I don't know, most people are younger, they don't have antennas on their cars anymore. It crashed. It broke my windshield. I turned the car to the right. I hit the curb. Had a blowout. So I'm on the side of the road. It's pouring, raining. I got a shirt and slacks on. I'm changing this tire. I'm looking for the duck. I couldn't find the duck. I said, where the hell did he go? And I had to be there to sell it by 10 o'clock. That was my instruction. Sell it by 10 o'clock. Not 10:01, 10 o'clock. I'm drenched, black from changing this tire, racing to this office. I get there at 5 to 10. The people looked at me like, what happened to you? And I, where's the stock at? And I think I had 500 calls, whatever it was. I was up like $20,000. 10 o'clock, sell. They sell it. They call me back. He sold the calls. And I made like $17,000, something like that. And the guy goes, the next breath, hey, just stop trading. It opened up 7-point tire. That was 10:01. I sold it at 10. Someone up above was throwing lightning bolts trying to stop me to go stop selling these calls. And like an idiot, I did everything I can to get there to do it. But that's just the way it happens. You can't do anything about it. So again, use your discipline, like he said. Be smart. You're going to have 1,000 stories in your life, but fighting security stories is very difficult. It's super difficult.
Very difficult.
It's slanted, and you know what? I do tell everybody, the worst thing that's going to happen to a lot of people on these calls is your neighbor is going to say, my cousin is the CEO of this company, and he has this great technology, and this, that, and the other thing, and the stock is $2, and you get all in, and the naked shorts destroy the company, and you get wiped out.
Never worth the relationship.
That's why I say, be careful. That happens all the time. Everyone has a neighbor, a friend that's doing something. That doesn't mean their technology is bad. That doesn't mean they're bad people. They just don't know how to navigate Wall Street, or Fraud Street, as I call it. Very dangerous. You got to be careful. And just be careful, because the ones that you think you know, because when the stock goes from 2 to 1, you're going to come back and say, well, they raised some money, and it's all going to be good. And next thing, you're in a dead spiral, and you're wiped out. So be careful when you get people like that selling you stuff. They don't mean, it's not like they're being mean, or, they're trying to scam you. It's just when you're
trying to tell you about what they your neighbor definitely bought in too.
Right. So they're just saying that
their cousin plumber,
right,
told them about too. Like, they were trying to help you for sure.
Right.
But the relationship is never worth out. We're the same person, except for I'm half your age.
Be careful when you get that call and you say, I heard this story someplace before. Hey, if I can buy 100,000 shares, you know what? Buy 2,000 and don't do any more. Be happy that you got 2,000 and then let it go. That's it.
Yep. My client Ham texted me Friday evening and said that his son, like, this is literally it's going off of what he just said my son's Little League coach just asked me if he should buy a bunch of Quantum. I don't know any parts about the conversations before that, how it went, all these things. And he asked me, what should I tell him? And I said, you tell him exactly what I would tell him, and I can't advise on that. I own it. I don't know if he bought that day more or not, but make the decision up to that person, because you never know what could happen. It's not worth a relationship. Your life isn't going to get 10 times better because your son's Little League coach made a bunch of money on a stock.
Well, you will start your game.
Yeah, but you could end up just, you pitch the next game. But you could end up blowing up 5 years of your son's baseball career in terms of politics or something for a comment that you would have never gained anything from.
Right. No, you got to be careful. That's what I keep trying to tell people.
Yeah, lots of tips out there, lots of ideas, lots of things. I tell everyone, whether they're on my show or on posts, that you got to kind of frame your language the same way I do. Like, you can always tell people what you're doing with your own money. Don't tell them what to do with theirs. Even if they...
No, listen, you have to make that... Listen, when you hit the button on your computer, I don't know everybody. You do it yourself. You have to take responsibility when you buy a stock. For example, I actually was talking about options and finger motion. These guys knocked the stock down from 7, okay? They knocked it down to $1.25, right? So I looked at it and I said, okay, people, the make calls, the twos, with the stock at $1.45, $1.50 for a nickel. The threes for a nickel. The fours were a nickel. There was no premium at all. So we talked about it, and doing this, I told them what I would do. We bought this shit out of the twos. We bought the threes and the fours. As the twos went,
why would you buy the threes and the fours for 5 cents if you get the twos for 5 cents?
We bought them all.
Or
No,
did
as
you
it
buy
started to move, we sold the twos, rolled into the threes, rolled into the fours. I had people long 2,000 of the sixes for a nickel for free. And after making $50,000 or $100,000 on their initial investment, now we had 2,000. If this became a GameStop that day, every dollar up, that guy would have made $200,000 for free. His money off the table. And that's how people need to understand trading options. You can trade options, and the key is to lower your cost all the time. So if you buy options at 50 cents, they run to 75, and you bought 100, you sell 50, but then you owe 50 at 25 cents. If they pull back, you can buy them back. If they run up, you do it again. And after 3 weeks of doing this stuff, you may put $1 in your pocket and say, wow, I still got 50 calls. You know what? It didn't work out, but I've already made all my money back already. Because people always say they lose in options, but you can't stand like the Statue of Liberty. Even if you trade back for 10 options, if it runs up, sell it, pull back, buy it back. You can do that little song and dance until you get your run. And it's the same thing with stocks, the same way.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyway, Kevin, I have to run. I'm traveling. I have some important meetings, and I will tell you about what I'm doing by Sunday. I will give you a feeling about everybody about this. But I have a lot of stuff to do, and I appreciate your time, Kevin. And it's a pleasure. It's nice to hear people that, I usually just talk to myself. It's not easy. So this is wonderful. I got a chance to meet you and talk with you, and we will go on. I just want to let you know there's over 3,000 people on my end. So maybe your people joined my call, whatever it was, but it's a great audience, and we welcome and we try to help everybody. I'm not here to insult anyone, all right? But one thing I will say to you, Kevin, about GameStop, company sold 140 million shares. Boy, no one ever filed on it. Just remember that. Whoever bought it, no one ever filed. So that means they sold it to the shorts. So just be careful.
Institution filed on it. I posted the last 13F report of the November 14th, which would have been the last ones of 2024. Most shares ever purchased by institutions in GameStop's history was in 2024. And I believe the number one buyer, you might have heard of Renaissance.
And just remember this one. In Pat Burns stock and Overstock, Morgan Stanley owned a stake in it. I forget if it was 8% or 10%. The stock went from 3 to 128, back down to 50, back up to 128, back down. They sold it the third time up. Third time it went up. Morgan Stanley took the stake and they were lending the stock out. When the stock spiked, the borrow rate went through the roof. They were lending it out, making all the money. So be careful when you see these guys taking stakes in companies because they lend out the shares. You can see the rate's enormous, and that's why they buy these stakes in the stock. All right? They're not your friend. Remember that.
I have a ton of people, like, just trolls after that exact goes to the top institutions buying, and I label them all out and stuff like that, and you know, the trolls in there. Like, oh, good. So, like, Charles Schwab and Fidelity and Vanguard all get to lend out more shares. I'm like, oh, yeah, they're probably dying for that 0.3% rebate compared to treasuries right now. That's where it didn't make sense, you know, for the trolls I was trying to explain to them. Like,
listen, don't get caught up with fashion. Listen, if I was a short seller, I'd be paying people to bash all day too, and everybody on this phone call would do the same thing, right? It's part of the game.
Why Robin Hood owns Wall Street Bets now?
Right. So you gotta be careful. Just be careful. These guys have a motive. They're trying to get you to sell the stock. That's all it is. Just make your own decision. Do your homework. Listen to different people. Figure it out what it is. Kevin's giving you a good scoop on something. Do your homework on it. Call the CEO. Call the IR guy up. Understand what it's about.
And I got 60 seconds for my one and only question for you.
Go ahead.
All right, here we go. So, market maker exception on shares, right? You're familiar with it, know about it, have seen it. Option market maker, quote, hedging, delta exceptions, as well as we see in the Chicago options board be insanely about to blow up multiple times. What would you say about a company, like, I'm just going to throw out a random name, like, I don't know, Quantum Pharmaceutical, that has no options capability on the stock?
Yeah, so you post that. Yeah, that is.
No max.
That is. Yeah, that's a tough one because these guys have nowhere to head. They got nowhere to run. I agree.
Love it, man. Love it. That's from
all of a sudden they drop. You got to, for example, Finger Motion has very small options. And why would a dollar stock have options? Number one,
they had small options.
Right, but now they
skyrocketed in the last 2 weeks.
They options. They opened up. We had the 2s, the 3s, the 4s, the 5s, and the 6s. Now we got the 2, 2.5, 3.5, 4.5. They have options everywhere. There's an option every 50 cents.
So
on a
dollar
stock.
Ones, like, when GameStop passed 12, and they're like, hey,
yeah, that's what they do. So anyway, listen, have a great night. Have a great weekend. I'll touch base when I get back in town. All right, everyone, have a great night.
Travel safe, man. We'll talk to you this weekend.
Thank you.
I guess it's a little bit like how I feel about my drinking. When someone says, do you want a drink? I tell them I've already had enough. And these pitches from stockbrokers, God, I've heard so many in my lifetime. I've already heard enough of them. Doesn't mean they're bad. Doesn't mean they're not the greatest, and that it's not a match for you guys to go to his firm. But man, I've heard enough of it. Let me answer Ryan's question quickly. I don't know, Ryan, what's going on with GBUX. Tomorrow I'll look. I'm too tired to do it now, but I'll look and see if they've delayed the dividend. That's what I would do. If I were the company, I'd delay the dividend. Ryan, I'm sorry. My eyesight, maybe I have diabetes. That's scary. I don't want to go through the whole story of GBUX again. But I certainly don't want to promote it. What a box they put us in. You know, if I'm going to describe something to you, I'm promoting it. They come in and hit it, crush it, destroy it, so the deal gets broken up, and then that's my fault. Take GBUX. To me, what's going on is you have a large investor willing to put up approximately $200 million for 30% of the stock. The market cap, because of Stony Bones and his friends, or people like Stony Bones, the market cap now is, I can't read it, 264 million, Ryan. So like all human beings, this guy's rich. So he's got 200 million for 300% of the company. Well, if you take and today the market cap today is 264 million. Market cap is simply market capitalization. It's roughly the total number of shares fully diluted times the price plus the debt. It's roughly that. I'm sure it's more complicated when you're a detail guy. So then to pay 200 million for 30%. I don't know if you'll be able to read this. To pay 200 million for 30%, it translates to a market cap of $670 million. Well, the stock's trading right now at a market cap of 270 million. That's a difference of 400 million in valuation. So what Stony Bones' guys do, they see the MOU, they have their computers. The computers start selling. The whole goal is to break the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding. It takes a brave investor to say, all right, I'll go ahead with that deal. He looks at the stock price and he sees the stock at 264 million He says, hey, I'm putting in 212 million. I want 50% of the company. I don't want 30%. I want a controlling interest, in fact. I want a discount. I'm sure that, I don't know, but I'm sure that might be what's going on. And all of us are trained to look at the stock price as if everything that you need to know about the company's in the stock price. All the criminals do is sell it down, and then they'll blame it on, well, you were promoting it. Anyway, I think that's what's happened to GBUX, is the investor is probably looking at his deal and saying it's a shit deal. I don't know this for a fact, but it's going to take a lot of salesmanship to get that investor to go through with that deal. It can be done. It can be done. Don't get me wrong. You know the rest of the story. I don't want to go through it, but that's what the criminals try to do. They try to bust the deal. The SEC requires the CEO to put out a memorandum of understanding. That means the deal's been agreed, but it hasn't been papered up. The criminals can collude, they can sell, they can come on here and say he's promoting and blah, 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 what would you call it, and criticize and say, hey, I'm investing in, I invest in crypto. I'm really smart. I buy crypto. Well, fine. But I think the deal has to be reworked. It's going to be a smaller number it's a nightmare dealing with it. And whatever they agree, they got to re-announce it, and then the criminals will start again. So it takes fortitude. It takes an investor with fortitude. I think that's probably what's holding it up at GBUX. Can they put it all together? Sure they can. What price makes it go? I have no idea. Ham says there's over 3 million shares short. There's 1.4 million, I think, in the float. I don't know what price does it. I think it's more, in GBUX's case, it's more of getting that deal done. And then the shorts know that they got to cover. But will it get done? Not if the shorts have something to say about it. That they have all the advantages. But then Stony Bones will come on and say, hey, they pulled out all their weaponry. They were corrupt, criminal, and they won, but you promoted it. The circularity, the circular nature of that accusations drives me out of my gourd. I want to answer your question, though. Could the system be so broke that they are getting around paying margin calls on a lot of? Yes. I think the back offices, as Ham described, work with each other, but more importantly, it's not every Tom, Dick, and Harry doing this. It's a very closely knit. They may not trust each other. They may not fully know each other. But if their last name is Abramovitz and the other one is Stemoblatz, they know that they have a cone of understanding to not rat on each other, because let's keep the golden goose going. I'm not picking on a religion. I'm not picking on an entire population. I think you're talking about 50 guys. The decision makers. It's not a lot of people. But anyway, you sound like Hitler. God, it just gets so old. It just gets so old. The arguments on inane things. Remember, it's just like the right-wing Israelis now. They got you distracted by October 7th, and they're obliterating an entire population. Now they're going to distract you with other alarming things because, hey, Jews are victims all over the world. Except in Israel, they're supremacists. But they're going to distract you with the victimhood around the world. They're bloody well wealthy, a lot of them, in this country. There's no discrimination in this country. But we're going to focus on, anyway, good for them. It's a shtick and it works. But as they distract you, they literally go drive people out of their suburban homes on the West Bank, and no one covers it. That CNN reporter that's all over the Qatari donation of the jet, the news. There's a clip you can watch. They all say, they use the exact same words. Every single news outlet says Trump ambushed the king of the president of South Africa. Every single one. But they don't say anything about the children that are thousands, tens of thousands of children are so far gone by the criminal Benjamin Netanyahu, they will be unhealthy the rest of their life if they survive. No one writes about that. Why? They're brown skinned. They're mostly Muslim. Some are Christian. They're Palestinian. And we sit and do nothing. Yeah, anyway. My sister tells me you can't get upset. We're just human. You got to let God take care of it. And I guess the Jews, one of the reasons so many Jews are atheist or agnostic, probably agnostic, is if there is a God, how could he allow such suffering? Everyone in my family was killed by the Nazis. Well, and it's terrible. But you guys don't know me. You don't know me. You don't know the reading I've done, just how awful it is. You know, I don't know if any of you have been to Prague, but the Jewish quarter, the graveyards are just stacked on top of each other. And that gets you in a whole discussion of why is that. But entire families, baby to great-grandparent, are being obliterated, wiped off the face of the earth by the Jews against the Palestinians. What's the difference? There's no difference. God is showing them, if they care to be introspective, that the Germans who did nothing, the Nazis who gained a sense of power and righteousness, were human beings, just like the Jews are in Israel, feeling powerful and they got to be killed. And October 7th, well, I'm sure the Palestinians are going to have the exact same question. Where was God when all this happened? Where was God? I don't know the answer to that. And I don't, the helplessness of what can you do? I guess you can pray. I can try to talk about it a little bit. But as people here say, oh, you're anti-Semitic, whatever, there are hundreds of thousands of brown-skinned people dying because they're Palestinian. No other reason. They're being bought. They moved to tents and Israel bombs the 10th. Oh, it was October 7th. Yeah. They need Lebensraum. Look it up. It's what Hitler wanted. That's why he wanted to slaughter all the Jews. He needed living space. Guess what Netanyahu wants? He wants living space, but he wants the oil. Anyway, I'm sorry about that. It just drives me crazy. But anyway, PS71, I think what happens is these guys have massive positions, and they're winning in most of them. So when they're short finger motion or they're short GBUX, they're short MULN. They're short the one that popped up the other day and now's back down. They come on here and they say, hey, look at Pfizer. They're probably short that one. Pfizer's down. They're just short everywhere because they have systemically and systematically just destroyed the system. And I frankly, most people are too stupid to see it or too uninterested, or it's just too complicated. They don't want to see it. As long as their statement shows their ETFs are okay, but eventually they're not going to be okay. Yeah, they're corrupt. Hey, Stan. June 6th for the dividend? Well, I don't think so. I think I've said it before, everybody, and I've been right, but anyway, it doesn't help to be right. Everybody gets mad at me. I think you've got to get the annual report out. That's going to be June 1, let's say, or the 30th, May 30th. Then you're in the next week. They have other things on their mind. They've got, do we raise money? Do we have to bid on some more of these C2 contracts? What's the other thing happening? Roth Capital's gone. They got a lot of shit on their mind. Presentations, maybe do some work for a research report. They got a trip to London going. They got a lot of shit on their mind. So as they get all that done, then they have to get a board approval, which should be easy, but it takes time to organize it. And then the lawyers have to draw it up. It has to be written. It has to be given to the SEC. The SEC is going to have questions. They have to answer those questions. And then the SEC comes back and says, yes. Then they have to put out a press release and they have to give 10 days notice. I think it can be after July 4th. I think it could be August. End of July, beginning of August. I've said this before. But everyone is so focused on the bloody dividend. Anyway, I don't want to get upset about it. Sorry, Gary. You're talking about GBUX. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about finger. So June 5th is the new record date. So going back to, and Gary, thank you. Going back to, I think it was Ryan's question, I think, that gives you a shot on GBUX. So I would say you don't have to give up on GBUX now. That means maybe they get something done by June 4th. So it gives more time to get this deal done, which I think it'll probably be more than a 30% deal. That's what I think. But that's all right. It can still squeeze, and it can still be good for investors. It's just a negotiation, but it slows everything down. Doesn't have to be, though. I'm not part of it. So that's great news. Gary, that's great news. PS71, that's great news. And Ryan, that's great news for your GBUX trade. It doesn't mean it's going to work, but it could. Hey, Sada Aman. All right. I was gonna go over some of the, it's 8:31. I'm gonna go try to get something to eat. I was gonna go over some of the reasoning about what's gonna happen with the market. Um, um, but I'm not, because I'm tired. I thought that call was probably interesting for some people. Ham got a lot of people on the call, so that's a great testament to you guys and the people in Finger. Um, anyway, I'm not trying to be negative on anything. So, um, all right, I'm gonna sign out. See you later, everybody. And Stony, thanks for coming and promoting crypto.